Welcome back, everyone, to the MOSEF Fall Brawl here at Classics Yard in Springfield, Missouri. Tucker Haynes joined by Trevor. We're about ready to get the second match of the day started. Hickman versus St. John Vianney.
Yeah, we're looking.
Yeah.
We got definitely a high crowd here today. A lot of Hickman supporters. Hickman, pretty historic esports school in Missouri, so they always seem to do pretty well in almost every single game. So we'll see how they do today.
That we will. There's a lot of pressure going into it for them, so we'll see if they can perform under said pressure. We got the bright lights, even though it's not the brightest in here. It's bright up there, and that's what matters.
Yeah, we saw the definitely some nerves come out in the first match of the series, or first match of the LAN. So we'll see how these guys go. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Already seeing one Grand Champ tag, always a good sign of some high quality Rocket League here for Missouri. Again, we're seeing some of the best players in high school in the state of Missouri at this tournament. So pretty good. Not only get some hardware. Oh, we're already seeing a goal from Bubsy. I think that may have been a slight own goal. Uncertain. It does look like it was an own goal. So pretty banger own goal. The best goals are always own goals. So pretty solid.
Yeah, it be like that sometimes. You can't really describe it any way better. It's unfortunate, but these things happen. You just have to push past and don't think about it too long, because once you think about it, you really start judging yourself. You start making bad decisions. This time, it is Bubsy to get the score. Touches the ball last rather than the own goal from the other side. So we're seeing some improvement.
Yeah, a nice solid strike from Bubsy. He actually earned that one, so he's going to be looking back on that one fondly. Again, we are some of the best high school players in the state. Not only is it a good chance to get some hardware, but who knows who's watching the stream? Might have some recruiting opportunities out there. So we're trying to show out the best that we can. We're going to keep going there. Blue team's really having a hard time getting out of their half. As we're going to see another goal. This time Stars better, putting the ball into the net, taking a nice 50 across your net. Pretty risky to take the ball across your net like this. Just a bad 50. Third man getting caught out a little bit by how good that 50 was. It's already a pretty high scoring affair. 3 goals is a mountain to climb. Not undoable, just like our first series. But we're definitely seeing a trend here with the orange team. They're having a lot more offense than I believe they were used to.
St. John Vianney off to a fantastic start, peppering the backboard, slamming everything they can at the net of Hickman. At the moment, Hickman is struggling quite a bit. Bubsy has a very solid setup. No one's quite there to finish, but they're going to set it back right into the corner with a 51 by Shim. And Bubsy, yet again, to collect that ball when they need it.
Blue team really struggling to get out of their half so far this game. Doesn't mean that's going to be the case for the rest of the series, but right now it does seem like orange is just overall better ball control, really not letting blue out of their half. Sending the entire house for that goal, didn't quite get it. Good defense, holding off.
Oh, very solid touch from Dark. Unfortunately, not able to get it out of their own half. Shim, oh my, really awkward touch. No one's there to make amends with it on the blue side, though. Hickman tries to get it out of their field, but the control from Vianney is so good.
Yeah, Vianney really, I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. They're getting a lot of bumps, a lot of demos, but Dart gets a breakaway, and he's going to go ahead and put that one in a 1v1 situation in a 3v3. Usually favors the person on offense.
Typically. And it's a bump play as well.
It doesn't take a whole lot to score in Rocket League. You put the ball a little bit of a different angle, a little bit of a different speed than they're ready for. And they're going to be a goal out of it, so.
Still a 2-goal lead, but the Hickman side is starting to come alive slowly but surely. Still a lot of game left to play, so this game's not over, and this series is even further from over. We aren't even through halfway of game 1 yet.
Yeah, it's still looking like a good solid 90% possession for the orange team. That one transition goal, maybe that's what Hickman needs to be banking on.
Work on getting those balls out of your own side. That is half the battle when you think about it. You got your half of the field, and you got the opponent's half. So far, it has been Vianney dominating the other side. But if Hickman can start to get these balls out of their half, then they might be able to transition those into some goals like they just did a little bit ago.
Yeah, Biani's not looking too hot on the defense. Their offense is firing on all cylinders, but when they get on defense, they're looking a little shaky. So Hickman really needs to focus on getting these balls to each other, out of their half. And oh, we're going to see a flip reset from Bubsy off the ceiling. Nice way to get the ball around a few people there. They're just really just chasing after the ball, not letting Hickman touch it. Usually it's going to work out for you.
Nice defensive showing from Hickman. Vianney cannot finish it off here. Bubsy taps it up, goes up for it. Awkward defensive position, but the crossbar is too big. Vianney absolutely kicking themselves for that one. They still are in the lead, but that third goal would have been fantastic.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where third goal is pretty much going to be the nail in the coffin. Not a whole lot of time left. Rocket League, very fast-paced game, but going to be hard to overcome a 3-goal deficit with just over a minute.
Some point, 3-goal deficit becomes impossible. Of course, if you still have like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, then that is absolutely manageable. But now's about that time. They've got the 3-goal lead in the bag. This should be GG's unless Hickman can kick it into overdrive, which I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying it's going to be really difficult.
Going to need a lot of kickoff goals. I believe Bubsy for Vianney is at 100% goal participation, 2 goals, 2 assists to his name. So he's looking like he's going to be the MVP of the series. And as I say that, I don't know if that's shim or sham or whatever that square is supposed to be, but he does take a nice little air dribble off the wall, off kickoff, and that's got to be about the nail in the coffin.
You got to think so. Just chalk it up. Game 2, still a potential winner for Hickman. Just because Game 1 didn't go your way, that's the glory of a best of 5. Not a best of 3. So it's not like you're already against the wall. You just got pushed back. You can push back even harder. I would say best case scenario for them, maybe get a couple of consolation goals to maybe boost their morale going into Game 2. But with how Vianney has been controlling, especially in the past minute or so, it's just been goal after goal after goal, shot after shot. I would not count on it.
Yeah, if you're Hickman here, you're really just chalking this one up. You're probably talking about strategy for the next game. Nothing really to be said or done about this one right now. I would shoot for just, getting a little bit of possession in the offensive half for Hickman at this point. They've really struggled. I think we're seeing about 90% possession for Vianney. We're going to need to fix that if we're going to have a chance in this series.
Clock runs out. Vianney will end off the first game. That ball was going in, so if your mental's good enough, you can always count that as a consolation goal. May not show it on the scoreboard, but hey, in the heart, it counts. That's what matters.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty solid even score line across the way for Vianney. So they're really passing the ball around, doing their thing. I do think that Bubsy started off, I think you just chalk that one up. Your Hickman, the first goal of the entire series was an own goal, a cool own goal, but own goal nonetheless. At that point, just chalk it up. Now, go next on this next game. Don't really let that one affect you too bad.
Yeah, it's all you got to do. Still a long series. Everything is okay. You kind of got smacked around in Game 1, but you have Game 2 to smack the other team. You got Game 3. If you need it, which if you are Hickman, you will. Game 4, you can win 3 in a row. Reverse sweeps are a possibility as well. You might not even win this one. There's still so much to work with that you just cannot count yourself out. You have to keep a strong mental all the way through.
Yeah, for Hickman, I think we're really going to be looking, if you're not able to get a whole lot of offense, you got to make those transitional plays happen and count. And that was, if we're going to count that 0-second goal to touch the ground, both of those goals would have been transitional goals. So you have to catch out Vianney. Maybe they're a little too comfortable. Maybe they're getting too much on offense, sending the house a little bit too frequently. A good, solid, clear, nice passing play in the midfield might go to a goal or two for Hickman.
It shows that the beast has a weakness. So, you know what they say, if the beast bleeds, you can kill it. That is going to be the goal for Hickman, but unfortunately, the beast hits so hard, they barely get away without a goal let in. Hickman, take your blessing and turn it into a shot. You cannot let that one go unscored.
Yeah, that's a dangerous sign to see from Vianney, where a player has a full field air dribble to flip reset. And now Star is just going to keep chasing the ball. He's going to beat two and then shoot it past the third.
Nice setup. Own setup as well. That is a one-man goal all the way through. No assists needed. You don't need teammates. Everybody knows this.
Well, I think in that case, the wall was his favorite teammate. Hickman player hit it off the wall. Wall passed it right back to him. Pretty much done and dusted from there.
I mean, you can say the wall is just a wall, but when you look at it, it's a teammate that never misses a pass.
No, the most consistent passes in the game come from the wall.
Exactly. Crossbar is a teammate that never misses a save. You know, you just got to think about it a little bit more. The walls are sentient. Maybe.
We're going to see a crazy double tap from Bubsy off the sidewall, off the corner. It was on target, which, again, you know, we've seen a full field air dribble to flip reset and now a double tap off the corner. Very dangerous signs for Hickman. We're seeing a lot of high-level plays coming in.
Another shot. It's a little too high. This one's a slow floater. It does not go in. Hickman is barely able to save it away, but they are able to save it away. Need to get some goals scored pretty soon. There's still 3 minutes to go, so it's not of the utmost importance, but with how Vianney has been dominating every portion of the field, we need to start switching things up. There's that transition. It was nearly a goal. Fortunately, one player stepped in between Vianney and Hickman to save it away.
Yeah, we're seeing Hickman do a lot better on this game than the last game. I think at this point they already were down by 3 or 4 goals. Haven't quite got a goal of their own, but I would say being down by 3 less goals is better than, you know, scoring a whole lot.
I would say so as well. Fortunately, it's not going to last forever. A wide open net. Star is better. Will take every bit of opportunity they have. There's nobody there to defend it. Doubles up, gets the insurance. They're halfway to go. I will say it's looking better.
Yeah, I think Star just needs a broom and a dustpan because he's just he's cleaning everything up. Bubsy's really beating everybody to the ball, and Star's just there. I'm just going to go ahead and take that free net. I'm going to put it on the ground, and I'm going to make sure it goes in.
Call him the janitor. Vianney boots it back down. Darkakumu. Awkward touch. There's not a lot of boost to work with, and it's put right to the backboard by Vianney. Another 50. Does not quite go where they want it to. Shots too high. One more set up. Star yet again.
There
it's
it
a
is.
bash and sweep. Bubsy to Star connection. 3 goals in a row. And that's going to be a hat trick for Mr. Star.
Yeah, again, I mean, Bubsy's got 2 of the assists. Star earned the first one on his own. Credit to him. But it's not hard to put an open net in whenever Bubsy beats everyone else on the field for you.
Off the kickoff, Bubsy has it yet again. Looks to beat everyone to that ball. Has a shot, but it's a little too thin. In comes the broom themselves. Star looks to put one more in. They don't quite connect on it. Star this time sets up for Bubsy, but yet again it's too high, and Shim cannot get the finish on it, giving Hickman a chance to get the ball back to the other side. But immediately Vianney shuts it down. Big fake by Star. Runs it around, nearly faking out Train Guy as well. But you can't fool him that easily. A shot on target, barely saved away from Bubsy, but they remain in the lead by 3.
Yeah, now we're seeing Hickman Vianney on defense a little bit. Hickman's getting a little bit of offensive pressure. You know, all things considered, I would consider this game a success on Hickman's side. They've gotten a lot more offense. Sure, they haven't scored quite yet, but you know they haven't gotten 5-1 or 4-1 either. We are going to see Bubsy go up for, I think, the 5th flip reset of the game. He hasn't got one on target yet. I'm thinking he's going to get one either this game or next.
We'll have to find out. Big miss on the defensive line of Hickman. But Vianney cannot take control over it. They cannot make anything out of it. Vianney does not quite get it over. Rocket has a big demo in the back pocket. Bubsy gets demoed. Another 50, really close to the Hickman net. But yet again, there's no finish in sight. This is a very good look for Hickman. A big improvement over game 1, but got to come to terms with reality. Game 3 comes along. They are going to need to score a lot. Bubsy goes up for it. They don't quite have the rip flea set, but they have a shot. Despite the rip flea set,
yeah,
it was a very good attempt, but yet again, the defense of Hickman stays strong.
Bubsy really showing off the mechanical prowess here. You know, the problem I have is that all these mechanics, all these fancy double taps, these flip resets, whatever, none of them are goals. You know what is a goal? Star coming up with the janitor, the mop bucket, clean it up, put it in the back of the net.
Every single time, the bash play from Bubsy and the sweep, 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 mop, mop, mop of Star is better. Game 2 goes the way of Vianney. And despite a lot better defensive showing, Vianney still wins by 4.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a lot of offensive pressure. I'll give it to Hickman. They did, I would say that was more of a 70-30, not a 90-10 this game on possession. But overall, Bubsy, when he takes out 2, 3, sometimes multiple people in a row, with whatever mechanic, crazy thing he's trying to do, and Star just gets a free open net. They say the open nets are the hardest ones, so maybe Star's not getting quite all the props that he deserves. Um, but Bubsy really setting him up with all these crazy mechanics, and that's a dangerous sign. When someone's hitting the mechanics but not quite scoring on them, it's only a matter of time, and he looks confident.
Hickman's got to find a way to slow down this guy because Bubsy's been going crazy. We've been harping on Stars better being that finisher, that sweep man, the janitor himself. But Bubsy has been a maniac all over the field. They have been going absolutely insane when it comes to the mechanics, but they just don't have the finishes, which is good for Hickman now, but it's only going to be a matter of time before they can land one of these crazy clip resets or the double touch off the ceiling into the backboard.
Yeah, I think it's about time Hickman takes a page out of our first series and tries to rule one with Bubsy. If Bubsy's setting them all up, the Bubsy to Star connection was working. The Star to Bubsy, not so much. I think if we can rule one Bubsy, that might be a strat that Hickman needs to pull out here.
Oh, for sure. Because what good's a janitor if there's nothing to clean up?
Exactly. Bubsy's really taking out everybody. Again, up in the air before everyone else, getting all these flip resets, getting the double taps, getting the redirects. And Star's just putting away free nets.
Star taking it slow. Doesn't have any boost to work with. Still able to get the 50 and steal boost. So despite being in an awkward position, I feel they make the absolute best of it. Gives their team the best chance to take control of it. Unfortunately, big whiffs will open up the net for Hickman to get their first lead of the series. Rocket on the assist.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway from that, who took that bad 50? Get Bubsy out of the play. You win a 50 against that guy, you have a pretty good chance. Hickman getting their first lead of the series.
1 minute in, and they have the goal. They knew that they can score first. They can take the lead. But the question is, can they keep it under the hard-hitting offense of Vianney? That is going to be the real question. It's already started to come out. Bubsy sets it up perfectly. In comes the janitor, but the janitor is denied. The broomstick is broken over the knee of Hickman. But I think they're about to buy a new one because they are still bashing.
Yeah, for Hickman here, you have a question, right? You haven't had a lead all series, barely have had a goal. Do you turtle up or do you keep playing the way you're playing? I don't think you can turtle up. I think the offense for Vianney is just too strong. You really need to get a second, maybe even a third goal if you want to have a chance in winning this game.
Yeah, it's a saying that I like to say during Rocket League. It's true for other esports as well, but you can tell whenever a team is playing to win, and you can tell when there's a team that's playing to not lose. No team has ever had success when they play to not lose. You have to play to win at all times. Even if the other team is much more mechanically skilled, mechanically talented, even when their game sense is better, you cannot get one goal and just hunker down because eventually you are going to let up one more. Nothing stays like that forever unless you keep changing the game.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Bubsy, a lot about Star, but I think Shim, whatever his name is, I'm gonna go with Shim. It looks like an I. He just saved his getting scored on, and now we're seeing the Star to Bubsy. But Bubsy gets up in the air and he stops doing these double tap flip resets. I think he's taking this shot a little bit more seriously. He wants to put that one on target.
Yeah, the flip resets are definitely fun to watch, but I feel like that's probably the smarter play rather than trying to touch your wheels on it, get a double flip reset, and then push it in. Good play by Vianney. Bubsy has their first goal in what seems like forever, and with how mechanical this player is, that just seems insane that it's taken them this long to finally find their footing. And I mean, that's 2 in a row that's been assist by Star's better. I think Star just got the promotion.
I think the deal is that Bubsy, back against the wall, a goal is a goal. Doesn't matter what it looks like, doesn't matter how it goes in. He's trying to put these shots hard on target, and he knows that the sweep is in danger.
Really is. You got to be careful. Hickman, they let themselves slip back, and now they are no longer winning, but they are actually the opposite. They are losing by 1, and Vianney is attacking every part of the field that they can. A big shot. It's barely off target. Dark will put it up one more time, and they even this game up. There's still 2 minutes to play. This is anyone's series.
Here's the deal. That whole thing started with 2 back-to-back demos from the Hickman side. We saw a double commit in midfield because of it. They're a little, discombobulated for the Vianney side. A miss on the defensive clear, and then put a free one in. That might be the strat. Start taking people off the field. If you can get Bubsy off the field like that, if the guy can't play the game, it's a 2v3. Looking a lot better for you, Hickman.
That is the topic that we have not talked about too much in the broadcast, but demos. We haven't seen too many of them, but when we have seen them, they have been quite useful. And like you said, Bubsy is, at least from what we're seeing, the most mechanically skilled player in the lobby. So for Hickman to just take them out, that could do wondrous things for their both attack and defense. Because like you said, if the guy can't play the game, then the guy can't score goals. The guy can't take the ball 3/4 of the way down the field, let Star finish it. It just leaves it all up to Star.
Yeah, he may not be enough of a gentleman to respect a Rule 1, so if you can just demo him, he's off the field anyway. The best part about Rocket League, there's no refs here. There's no fouls, no penalties. You can just really chase someone down the entire game if you really want to. And Bubsy would be the target if I was on the Hickman squad.
1 minute remaining in game 3. Hickman trying to keep themselves alive in this bracket. And of course, Vianney looks to end it out right here. It's a shot put up, but saved away by Train Guy yet again. Star gets 50'd on it. It's won by Hickman. Beautiful set, but Bubsy is right where they need him. Sets it up. No one there to finish, but in comes Shim after a while. It's Dark that has to save it.
Yeah, that's just great awareness from Dark, understanding that his teammate has a kind of a tough save to go for. So you know what? I'm going to go be in the net. I'm going to go make sure my teammate's pretty good, but if he misses, I don't want them to have a free net to look at.
50's won by Shim. Nearly a whiff on the backboard. Centered right back up. Beautiful shot. Star puts his team up by 1 with just 12 seconds.
12 seconds left. A kind of a rough touch out of the third man there. Pass it again off the sidewall. It's going to give you the easy pass right back into the midfield. 12 seconds, plenty of time to get a goal, tie this thing up. It is golden goal if you get into overtime. And the game doesn't end until the ball touches the ground in Rocket League. So theoretically, we could be seeing a long time here.
That we could. Unfortunately, Bubsy and the entire side of Vianney has been controlling the air so well. And that one will be the official nail. It's Bubsy to finish it off yet again. Solo play, 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, you are out. Hickman can't quite get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing a lot. Anytime you can get multiple touches on a ball, you're going to catch the opponents off guard, get it around a few. Really nice pre-flip into the final touch for the goal there. And you could see that he was confident because his teammate let him score that last goal. He called for it. He said, I got this. Don't worry about it. Teammate backed off in the middle of the air. And Bubsy really just carrying them across the finish line, putting the nail in the coffin.
We have another sweep on the day. That's our second. We've seen 2 matches. We see 2 sweeps. Vianney taking really quick work of it. Much better stuff shown by Hickman, but in the end, it's still not quite enough. This Vianney team is very scary.
Yeah, Bubsy with the mechanics, Star with the clutch factor, get those open nets, and I'm gonna go with Shim. Pretty good third man. He had a
Very
lot.
good.
Hickman wasn't on on offense a whole lot, but I think Shim got most of the saves.
Yeah, Jim, very good third man. They did not come up with too many goals, too many assists, but they absolutely made their mark on this team. This team would not be complete without Shim. It was the Bubsy and Star show, but what's a show without production? That is Shim.
Yeah, Shim, and if it's not Shim, he needs to take that square out of his name because Bubsy put the square at the end. So Shim needs to come up here and let me know what is your name. I don't know.
Yeah, come see us.
If we're getting it wrong, you gotta let us know because we're gonna be seeing you later on in the bracket.
So thank y'all for tuning in. We are still here at Classics Yard. We haven't moved, same venue. This is the MOSEF Fall Brawl here in Springfield, Missouri. We got more Rocket League coming up soon, so make sure you don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss anything that MOSEF has to offer. We'll see you soon.
crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me.
And welcome back, everyone, to the MOSEF Fall Brawl. We take a trip down to the consolation bracket, where we got Fox and Lee's Summit fighting for that third place spot. But they got a couple of matches to get through before they get there.
Yeah, we missed Fox. I believe Fox was on either on a different stream or just not streamed. But we have seen Lee's Summit before. Lee's Summit kind of got the work. I don't know if they scored in that first series, so we'll be interesting to see how they do here.
I want to say they did once, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. Oh, nice save, Yellow. Yeah, it was a very awkward start for Lee's Summit, but this time they're getting themselves on their feet really, really quickly, thanks to Purple Taco slamming one straight into the center of the net.
Yeah, I mean, you can't forget Koi Rez really playing the ball around one, passing it straight to the middle. Purple Taco repping the name too. Got purple all over the place. Purple banner, purple car, purple boost, everything. So I think I know what his favorite color is.
I would say as well.
We are going to see them be more on offense this game than they definitely were in the first series. Not sure who's going to take this one, Fox or Lee's Summit. Didn't see anything in Fox yet, but they do look pretty comfortable on defense. They got some pretty good saves, pretty solid clears. Lee's Summit really sent in the house with some of these aerials and these passes, but besides that, not too much going on. Ooh, we are going to see a demo on the side of Fox. So they have a little bit of offensive pressure here. They might be able to get a goal. Just a 1-goal lead right now, so we're looking a lot closer than the first series did, that's for sure. Lee's Summit passing it around, getting some good aerials, really going fast with these balls. I think they learned, you're at the highest level competition that Missouri has to offer in high school, so really got to start going quickly for those balls, not really let the opponents do a whole lot.
Purple Taco sets it up one more time. It's got to be Yellow to hit it away, and that they do. It's another setup. It's rolling right in front of the net. That was a very dangerous spot to be in for Fox. But even though they let the free roller go, Purple Taco slams another one in. It's a really difficult shot to make. Shocked missing on it, and Purple Taco, very thin angle there.
Yeah, at this level, you don't really expect people to miss, so if there is a whiff on the field, most people aren't there to react. Purple Taco not quite there for the easy one, but puts away the hard angle. So he ends up cleaning it up. Both goals for him so far, so maybe Purple Taco is looking like the MVP for this Lee's Summit squad.
So far, it's absolutely looking like it. Gok rolls it around, gets beat off of it. Correz has a shot almost set up for Purple Taco, but it's beaten away by the defense of Fox. Yet another setup goes right off of the wall. Teammate does not miss a pass. And Shocked puts it back to the orange side. Looks to be on the attack for now. It's good showing from Fox, but it does not last forever. Lee's Summit immediately gets back on the attack. It's an awkward spot to be in. However, they're right back on it. Purple Taco missing it. Team bump from Fox. Very bad spot to be in. It's a shot put on. The save's not quite good enough. It's still very dangerous, but 2 shots go straight into the backboard. They can't get finished. It had to be Koi. That's going to be 3 in a row.
Yeah, we saw, I think that was the first time we've actually seen Fox be kind of panicky on defense. A lot of double commits, a lot of, some weak touches. And when you do that and they keep, smacking the ball against your backboard, recipe for disaster.
A lot of work needs to be done from Fox over these next 120 seconds. It's a good start. Yellow runs it around the corner, but they can't quite get the finish. And immediately Lee's Summit puts it back into their side. Purple Taco gets up just a little bit higher, beats it off to the side in the corner, follows it down, sets it up, no one there to finish. Purple Taco has to try a solo play, and it does not work out for them. Correz goes up for it, open net, but hits it way too thin.
Yeah, we're seeing, we're at that point, 3-0, minute and a half left. You really don't have to do a whole lot if you're Lee's Summit. You have to not throw. 3 goals is pretty insurmountable at this point, so get some good solid clears. Don't go for anything too crazy. I like to call it playing conservative. You don't got to do a whole lot. You've earned the ability to not have to score. That being said, Purple Taco is going to score it anyway. Going to get his hat trick. Just really nail one back to net.
I believe that was not only a bar down, but a bar up. Almost. It went up and down and almost back up again, but it does not quite touch the crossbar. That would have been cool to watch, but we don't get to see it here. 4 goals in a row for Lee Summit. Purple Taco looks to make it 5, but Yellow has an easy save. Fox needs to show a little bit of offense in this last minute. Then I might have a bit more faith in them. But right now, Lee Summit is running absolutely haywire.
Yeah, 5-0 lead, minute left. I think this is one's pretty much done dusted. I am noticing Corvez is rocking an SSL banner, highest rank in the game.
Ooh.
We have a few SSLs here, so it's going to be hard to beat one of those types of players. Definitely someone to watch out for.
For sure, and not quite sure what banner Purple Taco has. I don't know if they even have a rank banner, but no, they are definitely a good player. They're at the right spot at the right time. They were almost there this time, but Shocked demos them out of the way. Koirez, are you kidding me? Just lets it bounce up. There's no need for a final touch. Just let it fall. Let it bounce.
He does get a slight angle on the landing. Again, it doesn't take a whole lot to score in Rocket League. The game is so precise. Everything is so minute. You get a slight little difference in the touch that the opponents think you're going to get, and it's going to end up being a goal just like that.
Stim gets that ball away from them. Yellow will put it back onto the backboard of Lee Summit. But that's not been the issue for them. The issue has been getting it past that goal threshold. They've been able to put up some attacks. They've been able to put up a couple of shots, but unfortunately for them, they have not had the finishing power that Lee Summit has.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, this game, if I was just watching it as a spectator, I wouldn't feel like this is a 6-0 game. If I couldn't see the scoreline, I would say this is a 2, maybe 3. But the other team, you know, they've had plenty of opportunities, just haven't quite gotten it in there.
It's an unfortunate way to start this series off, but there is still quite a bit of life left in them. It was a great start for Lee Summit, and unfortunately, Fox simply could not pass that goal. They had the attacks, they had the possession when they needed it, but they just could not get the goal, which is the biggest part of Rocket League scoring.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, the only objective in Rocket League is to score goals. And if you can't get it in the back of the net, it doesn't matter how many shots you take, doesn't matter how many saves you make. If you can't score, you're not going to win the series. So we did see a little bit of a Purple Taco show. I think he was playing, you know, swinging a bit of above his weight class than maybe he's used to. 3 goals for both him and Koirez. And I think the scariest thing is we didn't even see a whole lot from I'm going to call him Stim. Didn't see a whole lot from him. So if there's a third player that's yet to be unlocked, that might be a bad sign.
Yeah, it was definitely not the best start for Fox, but at the same time, I don't think they have to worry too much. It's another one of those situations like, yeah, you got beat in game 1, but there is still a lot left to play. You just have to kind of forget that it happened and come back stronger in the next.
Yeah, I'm looking for just a little bit more cohesiveness in the defense. I really don't think Fox played that bad of a game. I think they had a decent amount of chances. And like I said, right there's Fox's first goal of the series. The first game, a 6-0, did not feel right to me. It didn't set well to me. We're going to see him just put one home. Nice, simple, on target. Sometimes that's all it takes.
That it is. It only took 4 seconds. And, you know, getting the kickoff one is definitely a big part of that. If they can do that every time, then they should be able to win this game. You can't bank on it. So we're going to need to see a little bit more offense and a little bit more finishing when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. Just like that, where the ball starts going a million miles an hour, Purple Taco slams it on home. We have not yet seen that from Fox.
No, I think Purple Taco has a lot of the same syndrome that our last game. He just likes to clean things up. His goals aren't super flashy, not doing a whole lot, but you know what? You need a guy to put the ball on target. He's who you call.
Purple Taco is going to be your guy for it. Ties it on up. Fantastic start for Fox, but Lee Summit says, oh, no, you don't. We got a goal in our back pocket for you, and we are right back at equilibrium. I believe that Lee Summit wants to push it on a little bit further. They don't want to stay equal for too long.
No, and
there it is.
Oh, and there we go. There's Stim's first goal of the series. Putting one away. A really hard-fought goal. This is the second time that Fox has gotten caught taking the ball down in front of their net. And, you know, you're just going to get punished. If you don't have the perfect car control, perfect ball control in front of your net, anything that will do, and in the back it goes.
Goal secured in the lead as well for Lee's Summit. An awkward kickoff. Nobody decides to grunt up on it after it's done and dusted. But eventually, Koirez gets to it first. Backboard barely hit away by the Fox side, and Shock brings it down. Purple Taco gets beat on it. It's got to be Stim on that save, and barely that ball stays away from the net. Another setup. Yellow gets beat on it, and Koirez starts to drive it down the other way. Oh, big miss. Stim, perfect finish.
Now, is this a miss, a fake, or did he just run out of boost? I'm not 100% certain. Either way, it did catch out the Fox defense. And then almost a double fake. The other guy didn't really shoot the ball too hard, but enough to get it on.
Insurance goal now secured. They've got everything that they need to be able to ride this storm out into victory, push themselves on to game 2 without dropping either one of the first two. Oh, Purple Taco had an amazing attempt at it. They had a shot, they had a 50, and it did not quite go their way. It's a big double whiff on the back line of Lee Summit, but neither one of these teams could clear it out, so it just kind of fizzles out. Still set up, still very dangerous on the side of Lee Summit, but it's saved away by Yellow.
I do like the creativity a little bit in offense. You do have to be careful, though. If you get caught out and it's a little bit too choreographed and the opponents cut you off, suddenly a pass becomes a goal for the opposing team. You got to be a little bit more creative than that.
Creativity is key in Rocket League. Like you said, if it's too choreographed, then it's expected. And then what meant to be a pass turns into a goal, or if not a goal, at least a very dangerous shot. You have to use all of your resources to save it out.
I really am liking this Fox squad. They're looking 1,000 times better this half. They're really competing. They're getting in their face of Lee Summit, not letting them do whatever they want. Purple Taco has been a little bit quiet this game, and there's plenty of time left. 2-goal lead, 2.5 minutes. The game is only halfway over, folks. We got so much left for Rocket League.
Halfway through game 2. It is still a lead for Lee Summit, but Fox is taking these shots very, very heavily. Koirez, though, has another one right at the ready. It almost slips in for Purple Taco. Yellow has another save on it, and now they drive it down. They win the 50. They have a setup as well. They can't get control of their car. A brutal mishap on the offense.
Yeah, we saw someone go for a demo. The unfortunate part is that demos don't do a whole lot if the third man is not the one that you demo. If someone else can just replace him, not going to happen a whole lot. We are looking at a really nice Fox defense, though. They're staying grounded, making Lee Summit, if they're going to hit the backboard double tap, they're going to hit the backboard double tap. They're forcing them to do that, staying grounded, and getting some saves for it.
Another setup. It's a shot put on. Stim almost finishes it, but Shocked denies it just a little bit longer. Koirez up for it. Nearly puts it down. Has a shot as Purple Taco yet again. Koirez sets it up perfectly, and the insurance was only there for long, and now it hasn't been taken away. It's been doubled up. They have a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, the game's getting a little out of hand. I think this might be a common dynamic between these high school teams. You have one player who's probably the highest rank on the field, kind of spoon-feeding his teammate, and you know what? If his teammate has the ice and can just put the ball on target, seems like a recipe for success for these high school teams.
A little over 60 seconds to play for Fox to try to put a game on the board. They're having some tough times with it, especially with now how Lee Summit is just denying and delaying everything for Fox. That's going to be a 5th goal of the game for Lee Summit. I believe that is a hat trick for Purple Taco.
It is another hat trick for Purple Taco. He's kind of getting all these goals. I think Fox just a little bit of jitters. The last two have just been either a bag clear or just a few whiffs. If one person's going to whiff, someone has to be there behind them, kind of back them up, be a good teammate. In that instance, first man whiffed, and no one was there to help him out. And then we're going to see a breakaway goal. At this point, Fox really has to push for a goal pretty much every 10 seconds, so you can't fault him too bad for getting beat there.
You got to pretty much put everything you have into your offense if you want to win this game, and I just don't think they have it in them. Like you said, 1 goal every 10 seconds, but I think we have another topic that needs to be brought up. Trevor, I think we might need to book some plane tickets.
Why is that?
I think we might have a trip to Brazil planned.
Oh, well, we have a little bit of a setup for Brazil. For those of you that don't know, we're talking about the
Brazil
World
on
Cup.
land. World
Brazil
Cup
and Germany. That's
2014.
yeah, that's where it comes from. Brazil versus Germany. And there it is, 7-1 scoreline. Kind of outrageous score for regular soccer. Fairly similar for Rocket League.
Very similar. One-sided showing, and there it is. Book your plane tickets, ladies and gents. We're going to Brazil in a good way. Not literally. It's just to say.
Well,
Yeah, 7-1.
Again, you know, if you're Fox, if you lose by 5, you lose by 4, you lose by 6, you lose by 1, it's still a loss, right? So
Yeah.
you have to send the whole house. You really have to be pushing for these goals. At this point, you've written this game off. You're talking about what you've done. I think it's important to touch on not only what could have gone better this game, but what you did right, right? They were in Lee Summit's face. They didn't let them do everything they wanted. Lee Summit had to earn a lot of these, especially the first few goals, with some really stellar offense. And I think that was a big difference from Fox. They didn't score a whole lot of open nets. They made them earn it.
Clock runs out, just waiting for the ball to touch the ground. There is definitely a lot of work that they can do in the last little bits of the series. A brutal way to end off this game, get themselves off of that Brazil scoreline. But unfortunately, the bar down does not quite bar down good enough. It's going to be 7-1 final score for the game 2. Game 3 still coming up, though, so this series not over. We need a reverse sweep, which is absolutely going to be a very, very difficult task. But with how Fox played, I think they can manage it. They forced Lee Summit to really work for every single goal that they got. So I don't think you just chalk this series away. I think you can win this if you play your cards right.
No, you have to keep the mental strong after, you know, you get Brazil, you may be down a little bit, down and out, but keep the mental strong. You did some things right that game. You put a goal in the back of the net for the first time in the series. I think they won most of the kickoffs. I think they had really good defense for the most part. You know, when you're getting shot at, you know, 9-2 or whatever that last shot scoreline was, it's going to be tough. So take some offensive pressure. Really, you know, try to get into the offensive half more if you can.
And we've been talking about how the scoreline was 7-1. It was very one-sided for Lee Summit, but I like to see that Fox is not a team that cares about how bad they lose. Like, a loss is a loss to them, which doesn't matter if it's by 1, doesn't matter if it's by 6, like we just saw. They threw the entire house in the last minute trying to catch up to them, and that's where most of the Lee Summit goals came by. So, yeah, sure, the scoreline might have been 7-1, but during the first 3 to 4 minutes of it, they were not getting outshot that bad.
No, it was definitely, again, just like the 6-0, I didn't feel like it was that bad of a beatdown. I think that they really were keeping their heads on their shoulders. You know, they were overextending quite a bit, but you have to. You're down by 3. What else are you going to do? And here we're seeing some amazing defense. At least Summit not exactly scoring as quick as they could have, but they ended up getting it in the end.
And that is what matters. It took a while, but they got it. Koirez on that finish, 19 miles per hour. That's probably one of the slower goals we've seen, one of the slowest goals we've seen, definitely one of the slower ones. But, you know, sometimes it's all you take. Rocket League is at points a game of miles and at points a game of inches. And that is one of those points where it is a game of inches. This one, rather, about yards or so. It's not long, but it's still pretty lengthy, about quarter of the field.
Yeah, not quite the best kickoff there. Koirez with the nice cheat. Puts it opposite side upper 90. Again, he's rocking an SSL banner. It's going to be hard to beat him regardless. I think it'd be hard for me to beat him. And so this is going to be a tough uphill battle.
Koirez reads it perfectly, but did not expect the ball to come out that hard. Yellow rolls it on
Yellow
through.
gonna get a breakaway goal
Another
here.
beat on stem. And Fox is not going to ride silently into the night. They cut down on that insurance. They chop the lead in half like a lumberjack on a tree.
I think you're going to be able to see this quite a bit. Again, Lee Summit very aggressive. They're really up in the Fox half a lot. And if you get caught out, it's just going to be a free, slow roller. And Yellow had it all the way through.
Purple Taco misses on it. Almost makes Stem miss as well. Shocked sends it over to the center. Can't quite connect on it. And Koirez has that save. And they're just going to roll it all the way down the wall. Sealing play. Beautiful shot. They still have control over it. Trying to get under it. They can't quite get the touch on it. Fox shoots it straight at Purple Taco. Sends it up perfectly. Koirez coming in from out of nowhere to make that save, and they're going to stay in the lead for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, we're seeing Trident's Rage just really rip that shot back in offense. Really important when you get a close goal scoring opportunity like that, you want to put it back in offense as soon as possible. That gives your opponents the least amount of time to get boost, to reset themselves, and he did that perfectly.
Awkward setup for Fox, but eventually they get it back to the orange side. They've got to follow on it, a huge demo, and Purple Taco sends it away at the perfect angle. Awkward for Shocked to play with it. Centered it up yet again, and Koirez will find another goal, and they get the insurance right back.
Yeah, you know, as silly as this may sound, a lot of that came from that demo. Got a demo, the guy spawned in the same corner the ball was going into, ended up being a double commit for Fox. And after that, you know, second and third man commit, there's no one in net to stop it.
Kickoff comes out. It was a big show from Fox. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get it in. This one's off by just a little bit. A bar down, and it rolls out, more like bounces out. Yet again, Lee Summit counting their blessings. They get away with one. Fox has had an amazing time putting these balls close to the net, but they have struggled finishing yet again. You could say that one should have gone in, but like we said a little bit earlier, the crossbar never misses a save, and that right there is proof yet again. The bar down and out.
Yeah, I thought we were playing a 3v3 tournament here. It seems like it's more of a 4v4. The crossbar is really saving the ball on both ends of the field. And we see, I think that may be the 10th one this game alone. Just a lot of crossbar action. Got to put your theoretical knee over the ball a little bit more, get it down and get it on target.
Under 2 minutes to go, Yellow follows it through. Beat on it by Purple Taco. They can't quite get the last touch they need, but Shocked is there, has a touch, makes both of them miss, but there's no way to push it through to the net. The net's a small area to target, but you have to find a way to push it through. You can't put it on the backboard every time. Like, yes, use it to your advantage, but at the same time, you cannot bank on it giving you the result you want every single time. Shocked. Oh, Shocked. Huge bump. Koirez has to run back to clear it.
Yeah, Shockler for the air drill bump there. I think he thought he might have had a little bit more of a 1v1 than he did. Air drill bump, very hard to defend if it is a true 1v1. Doesn't happen a whole lot 3v3. And then Purple Taco is going to score on the transition. Fox, again, they're getting to that point. You're sitting in the house, right? You lose by 2, you lose by 3, you lose by 10. It doesn't matter. A loss is a loss. Have to sit in the house, a minute left, and get caught in the transition.
3 goals are needed to keep this series alive. Fox got the first one. They have struggled since then. They've gotten close, but they can't quite finish it. Koirez denying it out. It's an awkward play from Stim, but thankfully Purple Taco comes out to clear it. And already it's Fox on their back line. They've got to drive it down 100% of the field. And with Koirez throwing a wrench into things, that makes it 10 times harder. And with another goal, that's going to make it 30 times harder. Assist by Purple Taco. Another finish from Stim, and it is 4 goals now. That is the deficit.
You know, I'm going to give Purple Taco half of that goal. He ended up bumping Stim into the ball to get that really nice angle and a strong hit. I think we're just going to see, you know, really Fox just sitting in the house. There's something commendable about that. You know, you're down by 3 or 4, and you are willing to just go absolutely crazy trying to get some recovery goals. You don't really care if they score anymore. You're just trying your best, trying to get some offense. And I just do not believe, if you were to put these two teams in front of me, I just watched one match, I would not say that any of these games have been this kind of a blowout.
No. Once again, that comes down to how the mood switches in the last couple of minutes, because Lee Summit has been the better team. They've been winning by a little bit, but the score does not do it justice. Fox absolutely deserves to be here. If this series goes on for a couple more games, they probably could have got a game or 2. But unfortunately, Lee Summit was really good when they needed to be, and Fox could not quite keep up.
Yeah, Lee Summit just really dominating the offense, scoring those transitional goals. Again, I think most of these games were more like a 3-1, maybe a 3-2 type of beat. The crossbar, that game being the 4th man for both teams, absolutely saving, you know, really bailing them out. At least for sure on the Lee Summit side, Fox had some really nice rips on the target, and the crossbar just denied him every time.
Who knows if the goal was maybe 2 feet higher, this game could have been Fox's, but unfortunately, it's a set side. It's like this. You got to somehow push it in. It's difficult. Got to keep that ball low, and both of these teams struggle with it. Lee Summit absolutely got bailed out by it quite a couple times.
Yeah, that last game was probably the closest game we saw. Fox getting a lot of shots on target, a lot of saves, but good games to them. I think that's their last game of the MOSEF LAN here, but they
Yep,
played pretty well from what we saw.
eliminated from the consolation bracket, but big GGs for them to coming out, and congratulations to making it, of course, because it's a journey in itself to make it.
Yeah, there's been a whole season behind these teams. We didn't just pick them out of a hat at random. They've played a whole season to earn their spot here.
Yep.
So you have to remember they've earned their right to be top 8, to be at this LAN, to be on stream, to have you streaming them, have you cast them. So good games to them. Hopefully they don't take it too bad and stick around and watch the rest of the matches.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MOSEF Fall Brawl. We're still here at Classics Yard, and we have another matchup coming up in just a few moments. Going to be Mid Buchanan versus Whitfield as we take a trip down to the small school district.
Yeah, small school district's going to be interesting. You never know what you're going to get. I believe schools 300 students or less. So these are usually rural schools, not a whole lot of players. But maybe they've been grinded.
All right, so we got a technical issue real quick. Just informed that we're going to have a computer switch up. So one of them keeps crashing. We're going to switch those out real quick. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Plug it in or take the plugs out, move it, plug them back in. Hoping for maybe 5 minutes. Maybe.
I'm not sure. This stream was going a little after the first match. The stream was going pretty clean, so something has to go wrong. It's just the nature of high school esports. Something's got to go that way. But yeah, small school district. I'm interested. I haven't seen anything from small schools. Now these could be anything from private schools to rural schools. Um, they could surprise you. A lot of these schools usually don't have enough people to field teams for esports. But when they do, they might be pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the coaching staff. It depends on what players they got out there. And like you said, it could be a rural school or it could be a private school. There's just no way to know until we get onto that pitch how well these teams are going to do. Who knows? One of these private schools might be better than one of the standard school districts.
Yeah, you have
one
a
of the
friend
teams in
group,
the standard.
a friend group of three. If they've been Rocket League's been out for 8 years, right? Friend group of three, they've grown up together, they've played for a while, they go to some private school or some rural school. You never know. They might be really good. So I'm not quite sure where we're at in the small school district. I don't know if this is consolation or not, but um, I think they might surprise some people here.
I believe this is the semifinals for the small school district. I believe there's only 4 teams, so instant semifinals, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so. I guess that's how it works. But
It's
yeah,
always the final 4.
they've I'm not sure where either of these schools are from in Missouri. Obviously they're from somewhere, but St. Louis or did you say Boston? Okay, nice. So I didn't even know Missouri had a Boston. So definitely a rural school, I believe, but it'll be fun. I'm excited.
You know, you learn something new every day. We learned that we're having a small school district. We learned that we are
We've got some
we have a
SSLs in the
Boston.
bracket. That's what I learned.
We have a Boston in Missouri. We have a SSL in the bracket. That's going to be
At least a couple
really
of them.
at least I think 2. I think we've seen 2.
We've seen 2 on stream. I don't know if we're gonna have any here, but that kind of surprised me. I didn't, there are some schools that have full rosters of SSLs. I didn't know Missouri was stacked like that. In the
Missouri's
CRL
stacked like
scene,
that.
Missouri is very strong. There's 5 teams in CRL in the College Rock League series. So maybe they're looking to recruit local. That'd be kind of sick.
Yeah, maybe there's one among us.
Well, there's KU. We got 2 teams in Columbia. We have Maryville and we have Mizzou. Or
Fawcett, not Boston.
Not Boston.
It
It's
was
hard to hear some of these
Fawcett.
things, man.
Yeah,
Fawcett. Okay. Didn't know that was a place in Missouri either. So
shout out to everyone from Fawcett.
shout out to probably less than 1,000 of you, but I believe. Is there more than 1,000? How many's in Fawcett?
What's the population of Fawcett, Missouri?
3 and a quarter? 3, okay. Less than 1,000. Nailed it.
300. So less than 300.
Yeah, in the entire.
that
I can't call it a city. I got to call it a town at that point.
So that means that it takes 1/100th of that town to make a Rocket League team.
Yep. We have a whole functional percent of the population on the stage right now playing Rocket League.
That's kind of crazy to think about.
If I could get 1% of all of Springfield to play Rocket League, I would have way more people.
You'd have like
Way too many people.
how much would you have? You'd have
What,
about
like 200,000 people, so 1%, 2,000.
you'd have about 2,000 people playing Rocket
Yeah,
League.
that'd be a lot of people.
That is a lot.
1% from Fawcett on the stage right now.
Yeah.
I hope that I hope that they've been playing 8 years together and they just come out and may make me eat my words. They're just amazing. I hope so. I'm expecting big things from Fawcett.
Yeah. I mean, you have to expect big things from the Fawcett roster. And I mean,
It might be the Fawcett roster. Yeah, these might be the Rocket League players from Fawcett.
yeah, like everyone.
And where's the other team from?
St. Louis.
I know where St. Louis is. I've been
So
to St. Louis. I've never been to Fawcett.
St. Louis, I think that one has a population of like over
Is it a
500,000.
is it a private school then for small school? Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I want to say St. Louis has like a population of over 500,000.
Oh, it's probably more than that.
Probably more than that, but
Yeah.
for the sake of comparison, we'll say it's 500,000. 1% of
Way
500,000
too many people.
is 5,000 people. That 600,000 in the area. We'll count 6,000 people. That's 1% of
That's
St.
a lot.
Louis.
There's a lot of suburbs in St. Louis, man.
There is
lot
a
of
lot of
suburbs.
suburbs.
Man. So we got the smallest of the small versus is St. Louis the biggest city in Missouri?
Biggest
Is
area.
that KC? Yeah, okay. So very small versus like
Very large.
very large. Well, but then private school. It's still small. How many people in the school? 450? Okay.
450. So
400? Okay.
a little bit higher than the 300 threshold that we originally thought, but still, that's
Well, here's the deal.
very
Here's the
small
deal.
school.
There's more people at that private school in St. Louis than there is in all of Fawcett.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is insane to think about. And they are playing on this stage.
On the same on the same
On the
stage.
same
We'll
stage.
see what happens. I'm interested. I'm rooting for the underdog. I think Fawcett's the underdog here.
Oh, for sure.
I think I have to have a little bias, a little bias.
Yeah, we're gonna try to remain as unbiased as possible.
This is
has to
RLCS.
be.
Fawcett, I'm on your side. I'm rooting for Fawcett. You get the other school.
I'm fine.
You get Buchanan.
I'll root for Buchanan.
So is there? It's mid Buchanan. Is there like a top Buchanan, a North Buchanan? Is there more Buchanans?
I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
The lore is going too deep for me to keep up with it.
That's fair. That's fair. Are we still having some technical difficulties up there? Yeah, we're still struggling a little bit. Making progress. That's what you like to hear.
Making progress. Can we get an ETA? No.
No, not yet. That's all right.
Okay. Well, we'll hang around for just a little bit longer.
I'm being a Springfield native. I am a little disappointed I haven't seen our two local schools wrapped up on the stage yet.
Mm-hmm.
We do have Republic. We do have Ozark. They're lurking around here somewhere. I think they're on the B stream. But we're gonna get Fawcett. I'm getting Fawcett, Missouri, before I'm getting my boys down in Ozark. I know Ozark. Those players are great. Would love to see them on the mainstream. The Fawcett Dragons.
The Fawcett Dragons.
Wow, that's a bold statement. The Dragons.
Dragons versus the Warriors.
I guess dragons are pretty rare, right? So they would probably be hiding out in
Yeah.
kind of rural areas. You don't see dragons everywhere.
You really don't.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen one. Personally.
It's probably because I've never been to Fawcett.
Probably.
Yeah, they're all hanging out there. They have to be.
Shout out to all the dragons in Fawcett, Missouri.
How many people are in the school at Fawcett?
I don't even know.
If
I
there's
mean,
300 people in the town, what, maybe 18-year-old to lower? Is it K through 12? I'm guessing,
yeah,
right? So maybe I'm thinking like 50 people maybe in the school.
that is a pretty low number.
Yeah.
That's like
And they filled the Rocket League team. They're here. They made it to state.
they made it to state.
Yeah, again, folks, these people they're not just getting picked out of a hat. They're not just random schools.
They fought through the whole season.
Yep.
And they made it to state.
They fought through all the other rural
Yeah,
schools, all the other
once again,
private
this
schools.
isn't like just some random land to enter in. This is the fall championships of MOSEF season.
And they're here doing the thing. What's up? Okay.
Oh,
So it's two
it
schools
gets
put
deeper.
together. We're getting into the rural lore here.
It gets deeper.
Where in Missouri geographically are you? South of St. Joe. Okay.
Ooh. About 3 hours away.
Okay. Oh, so you guys are up in that territory. All right. So they're near in Iowa. They're getting up there.
Getting,
Okay.
They are getting up there in the northern part of the Missouri, like I said, a little south of St. Joe. I've been to St. Joe several times. I know exactly where that part is. Now that I think about it, I think I've seen Fawcett on a sign somewhere driving up.
Fawcett has a sign?
I think so.
I'm impressed.
Like one of the green sign in Missouri. It says like Kansas City this far, St.
Yeah.
St. Joe this far. I think I've seen Fawcett once.
See, I've been I've been to Elmo, Missouri, and that has 100 people. It
Very
has,
small.
I think the stat, because my girlfriend's from Elmo, and she told me that the stat is that there's more cats than there are people in Elmo.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm sure I've been probably right next to Fawcett. I probably drove through it.
Maybe.
I'm gonna have to look for dragons next time.
Yeah, just next time you drive through, keep a keen eye. Like, take two people, have one of them look out one side, the other look out the other.
There's dragons
Because
somewhere.
I got a feeling that they're pretty sneaky.
Oh yeah, there's gotta be some dragons.
Okay.
They just got some snow up there too. Is it? There's still snow on the ground up in Fawcett?
I don't know. I know it snowed up in Kansas City for a little bit, but we didn't get any down here. It's southern Missouri things. You know.
Yeah.
I've been here my whole life. You said you've been around for quite a while.
Oh yeah, born and raised.
Born and raised,
Born and
same
raised in
here.
Springfield. That's why I'm missing my boys down in Ozark and Republic.
We
Those
don't
guys.
get that much snow.
No, I haven't seen a white Christmas in a while.
No, we had a bit of Christmas a couple of years ago where there was a little bit of snow, but not a real white Christmas.
None of that.
None of that. So let's shift the faucet talk off for a little bit. Everybody in the Twitch chat, let us know if you're excited for the matches coming up. And everyone who's still here, it's kind of cleared out a little bit, but make some noise if you're excited for this matchup coming up.
It is It's getting to be lunchtime. A lot of the schools are
Mhm.
over in the room next to us getting some grub.
Yep.
But I think Fawcett, they're not getting lunch. You know why? Because they're hungry. They're hungry for this dub. That's what they're hungry for.
They're hungry for the dub. They are not hungry for food. They are hungry for Rocket League.
For Rock League.
And they are about to get themselves a nice 2-serving meal.
Yeah, well, probably three. At least
Probably three.
right? Yeah, three matches.
Yeah,
three games.
considering you have three games, considering you have three players on the team.
Maybe Cannon's up there too. You think they're hungry enough for a dub?
I mean, I hope so.
I'm excited.
I
I've never
absolutely
seen
hope
a
so.
small school game.
No.
No, I have no idea what to expect. I am keeping my expectations extremely high.
Yeah, you gotta.
I expect them to meet my expectations.
I expect them to be everything that I've ever wanted in Rocket League teams.
Yeah, those of you who may not know out there, we were debating before the matches today how many flip reset goals we were going to see. Haven't seen one yet.
No, we've seen a couple of attempts.
But you know what?
I think we've seen one that landed but didn't go in.
It didn't go in. Did not. It has to go in. Has
Yeah.
to go in. Fawcett, it's your time.
Faucet,
There's the gauntlet.
Faucet, or Buchanan.
Or Buchanan. Yeah, small school. I'll take a small school flip reset goal.
Yeah. Whether it be Whitfield from Fawcett, whether it be the Dragons, whether it be the Warriors of Whitfield, or the Warriors of
Who
Buchanan.
wins? Warriors versus Dragons. I think the Warriors won. That's why there's not a whole lot of Dragons anymore.
Yeah. Well,
You know, historically.
let's see if they can switch things up a little bit.
I'd be down. I'm excited. I learned a little bit about the geography of my state. Love that.
Mhm.
That's the best part, right? We have kids from the Boot Hill. We have kids from way up north. Kids from right here in Springfield. You're getting kids all across the state coming to state championships.
Yep.
Maybe again, these guys aren't slouches. They might be getting some college scouts watching this stream,
Maybe.
watching the VOD. Could get picked up. Could be going to play CRL. I think we have one kid that has been doing CRL tryouts. I know for sure. So
Ooh.
pretty you might see them on the main stage in front of tens of thousands of people next year.
Very possible. And we've learned quite a bit just in the past like 10 minutes or so about these schools, about these teams, about some players, and as well about the geography, or I think it's geography.
We're getting the storyline.
We're getting the storyline of Missouri. And I mean, hey, it's high school. We got to learn everything we can. These are the most important years of your life. Some of them anyway.
Well, yeah, and I think
Education is important.
and the important part is if they're not seniors, probably seeing them next year, the year after. If they're freshmen, we might be seeing them for a couple years.
Yeah.
So
No, we
it'll be
got
interesting to
no,
see
we got
those-
a couple of them here.
Yeah, we might see them develop. Maybe they come in. This is their first LAN. They've never played on a LAN. They've never had a big tournament like this. Maybe they're only like champ. Maybe they're only diamond. Maybe by senior year, a couple years from now, they might be SSL.
They might have that SSL banner. We were kind of going crazy over it when we saw it in the last series, but who knows? That might just be one of these freshmen in like 2, 3, 4 years.
Well, see, I think
That would be something.
he had an SSL banner on, but he was trolling. He was trolling us because he had the platinum tournament tag on.
Yeah.
So I don't like being full. I don't like
He's
that. He's messing with
somewhere
me.
between there.
Yeah, he's definitely he's definitely between there. All right, we're getting the thumbs up from pretty much everyone. They're all very excited. Again, both teams are skipping lunch for this. They're hungry. They want to catch a dub. They want to win. So we're going to see this very first small school game. I'm not sure if they're going to get a whole lot of warm up or not because the computer is just now switched out. But I'm excited. The Warriors versus the Dragons.
Warriors versus the Dragons. This is the first team that we've got to call by the mascot, you know? We've called them mainly by the school name, but now we actually know what mascot we have. We have a warrior and we have a dragon. And honestly,
we do need Buchanan to go to the spectator,
when
please.
it comes
Other
down
team is
to
not
it,
in yet. We have to remake the lobby. Give us
oh
1 second.
no, oh no, oh
Oh, good.
no.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right.
That's okay.
Remaking the lobby. We don't have admin privileges. Unfortunately, Silence has not blessed us with that.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Is everyone
Please,
out of the lobby?
Please.
Need everyone to leave the lobby before I can make another one. Please. All right. Yeah, you have to. Everyone has to leave the first one so it can close out.
All right.
Huh. Oh yeah. Okay, we need to
Yikes.
stay in spectator till the other team is in. I believe we have Whitfield in.
Looks like it.
Yep. Then we are all good.
Looks like we are officially good to go.
We do see a Grand Champ tag. He's not tricking
Ooh.
us. Maybe he's SSL. Maybe he's wearing a Grand Champ tag just for fun.
Maybe.
Might be tough.
Gotta see what goes on. We start off the small school district after an awkward, I guess, midpoint between the matches. Had some technical difficulties, but we are underway. It's Mid Buchanan versus Whitfield, and Mid Buchanan starts things off with a goal.
Yimbo's going to get a very nice double tap, pre-flip into it, over one, past another. Just a slight little miscalculation on the backboard there. You know, if you don't get that touch and you don't stop it from happening, and they've got a Grand Champ tag on, it's probably going in your net.
Early on, it was Mid Buchanan to get things started off. Let's see if they can do it again. An awkward touch from Whitfield. Fortunately for them, Mid Buchanan cannot quite finish it out. They are still attacking. Whiff from Wyoming. Yacht coming up on that ball. Nearly a double commit. They're able to keep it away for just a little bit longer. 50 is won by the Orange Whitfield side. But yet again, Mid Buchanan puts it back onto the Whitfield side and puts the pressure right back on them.
You know, we were talking, and so far I think we're going to get it. Would love to see anything but a 3-0 sweep here on the main stage. And right now, pretty close game. Both teams getting some shots. Both teams getting some saves going in. Definitely no blowout happening, not yet. So hopefully that can continue the trend. Already seeing some demos. We hadn't seen demos in the other series until game 3 or so. So if that's a thing that they're going to try out, I'm liking the experimentation.
Me as well. Ball rolls around. Neither one of these teams can really make a play on it. It's a shot from Whitfield, but saved away by Yimbo on the Buchanan side. Player gets bumped. Yimbo slams it down yet again. It's a big whiff. They can't quite get the finish. In comes Yotango. 2-0. The Dragons are shooting the flames right at Whitfield, and so far the burns can be felt.
Do you know what Yotango means in Spanish?
What does it mean?
It means I have. You know what he has?
2 goals?
A goal.
Well, a goal.
A goal, at least one. No, I think, yeah, he only has 1 goal. Only 1 goal for right now.
Only 1 goal.
But,
Yimbo had the other.
Interesting name. I like it. I respect it. Yimbo's going up again. Is he going to get that flip reset? Is he going to get the shot?
Oh!
There it is.
We got it. It is a flip reset. We won it.
We got one.
Flip reset. We got one. Unbelievable. What a play.
Nice, clean. Got the flip in. Didn't touch the ground, so that's how you know it counts. Very clean. That's, I don't know. Season 11 Grand Champ. That looked kind of SSL to me. Looks pretty good.
It looks fantastic. Mid Buchanan coming out and slapping everything inside. The ball is not safe. A whiff from Mid Buchanan, a very uncommon whiff, but thankfully for them, not able to be transferred over by Whitfield. They will get away with one for now as they let this one roll before Whitfield try their hand at it, but it's shut down yet again. Buchanan not giving them a single inch.
Yeah, the Dragons are they have a lot of offense, but if they can't get past Yimbo, it seems like it fizzles out pretty quick. I almost want to see them start headhunting him. Again, no reps on the field, no red cards to be thrown. You can foul him as much as you want.
Yimbo all the way across the field, and it goes in yet again.
He does
Three
get a
goals.
nice little two-tap air dribble. Goes a little bit too fast for the defenders to catch up to. Says 79. I think it was more like a 40-something before the redirect, but still a pretty nice air dribble.
4-0 for Mid Buchanan. They have come out and proved themselves in a big, big way. We were hyping them up, and they have delivered.
Yeah, we are seeing, as far as small schools go, the difference in size is probably about as large as it gets. So we're seeing a little bit of a difference. Yimbo seems like, you get that one stud on the small school team, and he's just going to be able to go take a hold of all the games. He seems pretty solid so far.
Uh-oh, total misses. This could be very awkward if Whitfield can't clear it out. Amethyst has a setup. Yimbo has to play back because Yotengo can't quite make a move with it. The 50's won by Yimbo, but Whitfield does a great job of not letting it get too dangerous yet. Top sends it over. Cleared away by Yotengo yet again. Looks for the setup. They miss on the ball, but in comes Yimbo. Misses it out. One last time on the back line. It has to be pushed off to the side, and Yimbo gets it out to the corner in the nick of time.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see from the Dragons here. Are they going to go the way of the last team and just really send the house? Sure, maybe the end score line doesn't look as good as you'd like it to, but at least you can say you left it all on the field.
During that 1 minute mark, Yimbo almost beating out Top. They can't quite get it out. They get the last touch to keep the ball in play. Fortunately for them, the time is running out. They need to do a lot of work here in the next 45 seconds, and Yimbo just not going to let it happen. They've got a touch. They almost finish it off, but Top, yet again, makes that save. Keeps the damage at a minimum.
Yeah, I think we're at that point where you kind of chalk this one up. Talk about what you did right, what you did wrong. Really, I don't see a whole lot wrong from Whitfield. They haven't really been missing the ball a whole lot. They've been getting some solid connections. I think the only thing they did wrong was load into the server with Yimbo.
Not much you can do about that. That's your opponent. So you take what you get, you play the card you're dealt, and unfortunately you draw the Joker, which in this sense is Yimbo. We've reached single digits on that timer. No chance for Whitfield to win this game. So game one, going to go to Mid Buchanan in a very one-sided score line. However, Whitfield grabs one goal.
I love the consolation goal. You know what? That's going to bring your spirits into the right spot. Your mindset is going to be where you want it. Really, again, I'm not a big fan of only talking about the negatives. What did Whitfield do correct? They got some nice passes, took some nice shots, very solid on defense. There was a lot to take away from that game besides just the 4-1 scoreline.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we cannot forget about Top. They were one of the only they were the only player that really went up against Yimbo, and they shut them down quite a few times. There was a couple of times where Yimbo went up. They tried to slam a ball in. They tried to force a goal to happen, and Top simply denied it, which is a very good look. The other team has a really big star in Yimbo. They've got the GC tag. They have been performing at a level that is absolutely insane. But Top is not that far behind.
No, I mean, the thing I would like to take away is that if they feel like they have to score a flip reset and they have to score a double tap to beat you, your defense is probably looking pretty good.
Okay,
We need to remake the lobby.
we have another lobby remake, so hold on.
That is
just
all right.
1 sec. That's okay. Game one, we'll talk about it for just a little bit more. Like we were saying, Mid Buchanan definitely won, but what they did good was they got the passes really well. They were applying pressure when they could, when Yimbo was kind of out of the play, and even when Yimbo was in the play, and they were driving down the field. Top was that guy that had him put in clamps quite a few times.
Yeah, Top did pretty well. We didn't see a whole lot from Amethyst on the other team on mid Buchanan, but they did have few good mid passes. That might be something that they explore a little bit more. You know, you can't really expect Yimbo to hit a flip reset and a double tap every single game. You got to start doing more of the bread and butter, some good passes, good shots on target. I mean, again, Whitfield, you took good shots, you had good saves, you did well. So don't really dwell on the scoreline. I think take the stuff that you did well and really put it to them this next game.
For sure. Just your textbook Rocket League. Yimbo is probably going to try some crazy things, but if Top can keep clamping like they did in game one, they might be able to bring this scoreline out a little bit closer. They may not win. They may lose by 2 or 3, but if you can maybe shut down one more goal a game, 2 more goals a game, 2 more shots a game even, then I would count that as a win because we're only in game 2. You can take this game as an L and still be able to win out this series.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't seen a Rule 1 since the very first game of the stream today. Would love to see, I mean, if you can maybe a strategic Rule 1 on Yimbo, is he enough of a gentleman to hold that? Maybe. Not sure.
Maybe.
Take him out of the game, make it a 2v2. Maybe they're 2v2 mains. Maybe that's all they want to play. We could see some crazy things this next game.
You just never know. Seems like everyone's in. Seems like the Rocket League is ready to go, and the Dragons and Warriors are about ready to fight one more time. And right off the bat, it is the dynamic, I guess, not
a rivalry.
duo, the dynamic rivalry of Top and Yimbo, as it's the shot from Yimbo and the save from Top, and there it is yet again.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of like, you know, a lot of defense from Top. He's got it. You know, he'll help you out. The solid brick wall back there, and you know what? If he can start just really putting a hand in the face of Yimbo and let his 2 teammates take care of the rest. I mean, we saw Yo Tango; he was pretty good, but so was Wyoming now. I think that we have a very even matchup here.
The Tango boots it down into the corner. Gonna roll it around, try to get something set up for Yimbo, but realizes that ball cannot be taken away. So they chalk it up, they get back, and in comes Top and Whitfield to get the attack going. Fortunately, it does not last too long for them. They have to run back, but Top doing everything in their power to make sure that they can keep it under control for a little bit longer and make Whitfield or make Mid Buchanan sweat as much as possible.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. Yimbo had a pretty rough touch there on defense. It went back behind him. I thought that was a for sure scoreable opportunity, but there was no one up for Whitfield. So maybe have to take a little bit more risk to get that outcome.
Shot on target, and the shot goes
Very well
in
done.
from Top. A huge assist as well from Tobu. Cannot forget about that. It's off the ceiling, and it slides on in. Yimbo gets their wheel axles broken.
Yeah, it was a really nice 50 from Tobu, and then I just think it is a storybook ending that Top is scoring on Yimbo in net. Of course, it had to be those two going at it. We're going to see a lot of main character syndrome from both of them, and the series score will determine who's actually the main character.
That is facts.
Another
Top
huge 50.
beats yet another one out of Yimbo's hands, and Top's going to have another shot. It's up high, and it's going to go in, rolling along the top rail, the crossbar. It cannot be saved away. That is Yimbo getting beat out by Top yet again.
And we saw in the replay the backflip from Wyoming. It says a lot about, when you're a high school player and your teammate calls for a shot that looks a little awkward, but you have a really good one and you still let him take it because you trust him like that. You know that Top has it in the bag, and let him take that shot, and you got the goal. And we're a solo play from Amethyst. No assists on this at all. Oh, Top gets a little bit of rough touch right back to Amethyst. Amethyst with a self-oop off the backboard.
And we talked about Amethyst a little bit between games 1 and 2, that they haven't been involved that much. Well, there you go. Amethyst getting involved. And we love to see that. Unfortunately, it is immediately taken right back for Tav with a 3-goal hat trick now.
And again, we're talking about these rivalries. We have the Top, you know, they've got their rivalry going on. But what really was setting us apart, we also talked about Amethyst. And we talked about, was it, who's that? I need to look at the names. We talked about these rivalries, and they just got an assist going against each other again. Basically a 2v2, and we'll see if that third rivalry can show up. There's Yimbo.
Yimbo.
Had to be Yimbo.
It had to be Yimbo. The insurance goal has been cut away. Tobu simply could not keep up, and Yimbo knows exactly where they need to place that ball, how fast they need to roll it along, and it's right into the bottom left corner.
Yep, the third man got beat on that little awkward touch out into midfield. And once third man gets beat, it's pretty much just walk it in.
That's all you got to do. Don't overcomplicate things. Just keep it simple. Roll it on in. I know that this player is capable of hitting a flip reset goal. How do I know that? He did it last game, but you don't need to.
Tobu saving the steal shot.
Hold on a second.
It wasn't Top this time.
It was not Top. It was Tobu. I think. Wait, no. Oh my goodness. There's a chance for a second touch.
The defense is
but
too
it's
strong.
Not there. The defense, like you said, too strong. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Whitfield, but I feel they've got to do something about Yimbo because they're not going to stop. Yimbo is going to keep hammering.
There's only so many times you can save a flip reset or a ceiling shot or a double tap before you start getting worn down. You can't just let Yimbo do whatever he wants. You got to shut it down somehow, and the best way to shut down an offense is to be on offense yourself.
If the other side's offense is off the field, then they will not be able to score goals unless you have a third line miss-up or a rotation error of some sort, which so far Whitfield has shown that they are not one of the teams that likes to do that often. But it has been very disciplined Rocket League for all 6 of these players. However, the mechanics of Mid Buchanan have been a little bit better.
Yimbo demoing Top. You have to sense there's some kind of aggression there. I think they both know that they are in this anime arc of fighting, and they are trying their best to absolutely do what they can to win the game.
Another shot, another set of shots rather than just one. But they're all either saved away by a player or saved away by the backboard. And this one saved by a player. It rolls into the bottom right, and Wyoming will get the insurance with only 41 seconds to go. This game might just be going the other way, and we might just have a game 4.
We're finally
guaranteed.
We're thinking about it. You know, there's 40 seconds left. That is doable for 2 goals. But we're definitely on the cusp of having to see that 4th map that we do have in the map rotation. The 3-0s, we're getting a little bit stale. Would love to see a closer matchup. And that 4th goal, that 2-goal lead is probably the nail in the coffin here.
Unless Yimbo can go crazy in the last 30, then that will be the case.
And talk about a huge dub for Whitfield if they do pull it out. They lost 4-1 last game, and now they're taking this game semi-convincingly by 2. Something has awakened inside of Whitfield. They're really putting the pressure on. I think 3 of their goals have come from double commits from the Buchanan side. They're making them a little scared, I think.
Yeah, it definitely feels that Buchanan is starting to feel some pushback, and they not only are they feeling that, but they are causing some problems within themselves as well, which is very fair. Like, once you start getting kind of beaten out on some of these plays without making any mistakes, things get awkward. You start making mistakes, you start doubting yourself, and I feel like that's what's happening. We also got to talk about the sub as well. Tobu coming in. I feel like that is a fantastic move. They got 2 assists on that game and 1 save, and that save was against the GC Yimbo. So Tobu is absolutely proving his spot on this roster and in this rotation.
Yeah, I would like to see, you know, Yotengo had a goal. He did have a goal in the first game. A little quiet that last game. It seemed like it almost had to be the Yimbo show or nothing on that one, and you can't really bank 3 people on your team for a reason, right? You can't bank on one guy to do it all.
Cannot. We need to see a little bit more from Yotengo. We are getting it put right into the right stick. Can't go in. It's too thick, and it's the 4th defender. It never misses a save.
Well, see, I was going to go back to that because if you remember, Top had a goal where he smacked it right off the corner crossbar and it went in for him. Maybe the crossbar is switching sides here. Maybe it wants the very, very small school of this small school bracket to catch a dub.
Maybe. We just got to see. There's no way to know until we watch a little bit longer. And I mean, the goalposts have been quite prevalent throughout the entire day, so I don't think it's going to stop now.
No, but I do think so Top had a few goals last game, but Wyoming had a really nice clutch goal, and they were setting him up for that. And there he goes again. There's Wyoming. I don't know why a player from Missouri is named Wyoming, but you know what? It's working for him. So what do I have to say?
Set up by Top as well. Yotengo does not have the touch, and Yimbo is a little too slow. For the second game in a row, Whitfield has a lead first.
When they score first, they have won so far. They might be able to pull that out again. Again, though, getting beat 4-1 in the first game and coming out with this type of aggression, making Buchanan kind of panicking on defense, it's commendable.
In comes Buchanan. Can't control that one off the wall. And it gives the possession back over to Whitfield. Flip reset from Yimbo. They're going to try to follow it, but Top beats it right out of their hands. Still a very dangerous position to be in, but there's no one on the Buchanan side that can finish. Yimbo wants one more. That one's a little high, and in comes the fourth defender to make a save yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little concerned about how close of a shot that was to being a goal. Yimbo ripped it from midfield. If we were in traditional soccer and someone ripped it from midfield, they'd be sitting on the bench. But you know what? He almost scored that goal, and there is no bench. So he's going to keep ripping them.
There is no bench, at least until the game is over. Then we might have a sub, but I don't think you're going to sub out Yimbo.
I don't think we're subbing out Yimbo.
I don't think we're
Today,
subbing out Yimbo.
next week, next year, next life. I don't think we're ever subbing out Yimbo.
Beautiful play. Carries it up. Doesn't even carry it. Rather just slaps it on into the top right corner with a very beautiful arc. It was a nice save attempt from Whitfield, but it was exactly that. It was an attempt. They could not quite get there fast enough.
Yeah, in the end, that ball was just struck with so much power. It's going to be hard, and at a certain point, it is physically impossible to save some shots if you hit them hard enough. You just can't catch up to it. So if Yimbo can find that secret sauce and keep doing it, we might have quite a series on our hands. We might see Game 5.
Yimbo runs it around yet again. It's set up beautifully for Utengo. 2-1 score. Buchanan, after a slow start, they take the lead, and they put the pressure right back onto Whitfield. I think that they want to take this game back. They don't want to let Whitfield get 2 in a row. They want to get it as soon as possible. They want match point now.
Yeah, I mean, that was, Yotengo did strike the ball hard. They put it in the back of the net. But Yimbo was over there in that corner really giving the work to Top.
Oh no! It's up too far!
It's another backboard hit, another miss on the crossbar. There's a lot of woulda, shoulda, couldas today about you just put the ball on target. What happens?
That one was such a good opportunity, not only to exploit the mistake of Whitfield, but to as well get some insurance goal, which, I mean, insurance goals have not been easy to get throughout this day. It has been insurance dime a dozen, but not this series. Buchanan and Whitfield are throwing everything they can at every shot.
Yeah, Top. Yimbo had a one-on-one ISO situation, taking up an air dribble, and Top just got up there and smacked it down. It had to be him, had to be the anime art, and they are just really going at each other every single second of this game.
Oh, nearly a goal. Wyoming had to stretch to make that save. They barely get there. But in comes Yotengo, setting things up. Amethyst slams it on down for Yimbo, plays it off themselves, and eventually they get overrun. 2 versus 1. Doesn't matter who you are, you're likely going to lose that. That's exactly what happened. And now starts the attack for Whitfield one more time. It had to be a save from Yimbo. Top and Yimbo rivaling yet again. The 60-second mark has passed.
Yeah, we're not quite at the point, where it's only a 1-goal game. Again, the games do not end until the ball hits the ground at 0. Not quite at the point where you have to send the whole house, but definitely have to be aggressive if you're Whitfield and you want to win this game.
No one touches that one on the fall. Buchanan could have made something with it, but they decide to let it go. Yimbo with an awkward touch. It's Tov that wins it out, centering it up. Has to be saved away by Yen Tango, and barely it is.
Oh, there's ends up. Yeah, they end up sending the house. Yimbo might be able to put that away. Of course not. Now we're seeing Tobu. When Tobu pokes up, then he appears on the feed. He's doing big things, big saves, big goals. We might see one here if he's able to drop it down. Buchanan bumping each other. A little bit of a whiff on the midfield, but it's still a shot on target, and it has to be Tov.
With 5 seconds to go, Whitfield ties it up. Storybook.
Tov shooting on Yimbo. It's just how it's meant to be.
It had to be Tov. It could not have been anyone else. Like I said, it is storybook-esque. Not a storybook ending yet, but who knows? With how overtime goes, we might be getting an overtime. We might just be getting a storybook ending to said overtime.
There may not be an
unless
overtime if
Yimbo
Tango has
something to say
anything.
about it. Almost does, but it will touch the ground. We go to overtime, the first time of the tournament, game 3.
And you know, it only takes one play. It takes one play from anyone. That was. Oh, Yimbo ends up cleaning it up off the post. Didn't quite get in there, but he stuck around and put it back in.
It had to be Yimbo. It had to be Tov. It had to be Yimbo. And it was Yimbo in OT. Mood Buchanan is now on match point. It was a very hard fight, but they get there. Whitfield brought it all the way to OT. But in the end, Yimbo scoring 2 goals, and they were absolutely big ones.
Yeah, Yimbo, really putting in the clutch factor that he had to do to win that game. Only to second overtime. I was hoping for kind of a banger. I was hoping for like an extra game worth of overtime. 10 seconds, not enough for me. And I don't think that's enough for either of these teams either. I think they really want to fight this out. And it looks like we're getting quite the game this time around.
Yes, we are. Get game 4. We might just get game 5 if Whitfield can hold off Yimbo and company for just 5 more minutes. Get another goal, get another win. That's all they need.
Yeah, I would like to see more from Tobu, because when he does things, they're big things. They're big goals. They're big saves. He was a little quiet that game, but he did have that one large save to even let them get to overtime. Without that save, they don't even get there. They don't get to tie it up. They don't get to go do anything. So we'd like to see more from him. I think that the Whitfield side is pretty cohesive. Tov is putting the hand up on Yimbo when he has to, but besides that, I think the other guys are really doing what they need to.
Wyoming fakes out the flip and gets bumped by his own teammate. And it's yet again a 1v1 with Tov and Yimbo. And neither one of them wins, but Tov gets demoed for his troubles. The big start for Mid Buchanan despite the start.
Yimbo getting the 3rd demo of the game so far. We are barely over 30 seconds in. It might be that kind of game. I think we're seeing a little bit of scrappiness. After an overtime, Yimbo's getting a nice little tap in. Get a little bit help from the crossbar. Crossbar doesn't deny him that time. Puts it back in. But after you get a close overtime like that, the scrappiness starts coming out. Because all of a sudden, everything matters that you do. Every little bit, every little bump, every little boost steal, it all matters.
Buchanan starts this scoring off early. Only a minute in, not even. And it's Buchanan with the lead. Let's see if Whitfield can try to get that back. The kickoff does not quite go their way. But as the dust starts to settle, they have it back for a second, but Yimbo immediately puts another ball on target. It's still right in front of the orange net, but eventually the Whitfield defense clears it out. Another setup attempt. Yimbo has a shot. It's too far to the left. Amethyst looking for the finish, and it's cleared away by Wyoming.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic by Yimbo to just absolutely, shake that one off to the left. I want to talk about the big save that Tobu had. He was 1v1 versus Yimbo. Doesn't matter. Doesn't happen this time. Gets a nice little air dribble to a double tap. I think I'm sensing a pattern. I think that, the first game, Yimbo got a double tap and a flipper set to win the game. I think Yimbo has to do these fancy, flashy plays to even get through Whitfield's defense. I think that's just too good of a defense. He's got to pull out all the stops.
Which is a very good sign that Whitfield is a good team, making Yimbo sweat everything they got. But I think Yimbo has enough to win this game. Tov loses on the kickoff, and Yimbo has a perfect finish. Wyoming can't get back quick enough.
Yeah, a bounce out into the corner makes it very awkward for the third man to deal with. Doesn't quite get the jump up that he needed to as fast as he is probably used to having to do in his own matches. I think one of the best parts about these state-run leagues is that you do get a lot of experience playing against higher level people. Maybe at Wyoming's level, he could wait for that ball to come across his face, but whenever you're at Yimbo's level, it's not happening. They're going to put it in the back of your net.
Mid Buchanan driving it down yet again. It's a 50 that is lost by Amethyst, but in comes Yotengo to save that one away. Keeps themselves in possession for a little bit, but another lost 50 from Mid Buchanan starts to make things a little interesting. Top has a shot, and it's Yimbo, the dynamic rivalry coming through yet again. Yotengo drags it over everyone and just puts it on in very gently, lets it roll on in, or fly on in, float on in, whichever term you want to use. It's a nice arcing motion.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference for me between this game and last, and even any of the other 3 games really, Whitfield's double committing quite a bit for a lot of balls, especially in defense. I think that they may have let the pressure get to them. I think that they saw how close they were last game. They really wanted to get that dub. Obviously, they wanted to go ahead to the series, and now they're just double committing quite a lot. I think they were much more in sync the other 2 games or the 3 games that we watched. It's just not happening here.
Halfway point has been reached in game 4, and it seems like Mid Buchanan is going to take this series in 4 unless Whitfield can have an explosive second half, which we have seen how these teams can come out of the gate swinging. I'm sure that these teams can get that jump started. It's a little late into the game, but 4 goals, that's a goal every 30 seconds, which is absolutely manageable in Rocket League.
It is manageable, but if you're on the Buchanan side, you really got to start thinking about your game clock management here. You don't need to do anything too crazy. Don't need to go for any risky things. You just need to get good solid clears, good solid hits. Maybe defend your net a little bit more than you have been. Really hard to win a 4-goal or to blow a 4-goal lead with only 1:40 left.
Yimbo doing everything that he can to keep the ball on the other side of the field. But Top and company driving everything at the net. It's a fantastic demo play, but the demo doesn't come through. It's just a bump. Yimbo gets back just in time, and the ball cannot be finished.
Yeah, I think that really has been the key to success for Whitfield, and they're trying to go back to it. If Yimbo can't play the game, I think the 2v2 is pretty favorable.
Gotta agree.
But Yimbo, he gets back on defense, doesn't get demoed, barely saves that goal line ball. And that might be the nail in the coffin for this Whitfield team. Top gets a great save on Yimbo, by the way. I think Top has the air dribble defense down to a science.
Yimbo gonna try it one more time. Can Top save this one? Not necessarily, but the backboard can. Good play recognition to know that that ball's not going in. There was no chance for a double touch. So Yimbo's gonna try it one more time. They flip off it. They somehow ride it on in, and they hit a 5th goal of the game. I believe that is their 4th or so. I know they have a hat trick, but
yes, I think it's their 4th goal. It's Yimbo's 4th goal.
I think Yotengo had one a little earlier.
Yep.
At this point, it doesn't really matter who scores it. All that matters is that Mid Buchanan is currently winning by 5. There's only 30 seconds to go. It was a really good showing from Whitfield, but this game is pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, Yimbo, here's the deal. Yimbo's given us a lot of firsts on the stream. He's given us our first double tap. He's given us our first flip reset. Now he's given us our first Doomsy dish. He's just given us all these firsts, and if that's what it takes to beat Whitfield, they've got to be proud of their performance today.
For sure. Very good showing by both of these teams. Whitfield played out of their mind in game 2, but Mid Buchanan is a team that goes and keeps going and going and going as far as they can. Whitfield brought them to game 4, which is a big success because Mid Buchanan is one of the most mechanical teams we've seen in either bracket, whether the standard or small school district. Whitfield cannot be upset with how they play.
Yeah, and we keep seeing these players live up to their name. You saw Purple Taco with purple everything. You're seeing Amethyst W getting a W. Players living up to their name, living up to the hype. Very well played. Well played by Whitfield. Well played by Mid Buchanan. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of this fall bracket. Small school district. Pretty impressive. Again, that was an entire percentage of the town that Whitfield is from.
Yeah.
An entire percentage is on that stage right now playing Rocket League.
An entire percentage is absolutely insane. So congratulations, Mid Buchanan. You made Fawcett proud. And Whitfield,
No, Whitfield's
big
Fawcett.
GG. Are you sure?
Yeah, Mid Buchanan, St. Louis.
Are you sure?
I'm very certain.
Well,
You're going to start a riot here.
either way. All right, can we get some riot? No. No, please don't riot here at Classics Yard. We're fine. So thank you all for coming out. Big GG's both teams. Congrats, Mid Buchanan, Whitfield. You made everyone proud. I did not expect this good of a game out of the small school district because typically for these smaller schools, you have like one really good team, one team that's not as good. But both of these teams performed at an insanely high level.
The top Yimbo battle was impressive.
Incredible.
Yeah.
The anime arc was something that I did not expect to see at all today. But I mean, they went at it the entireties of game 1, 2, and 3. And game 4, we got to see some of the remnants left over.
Yeah, very well played to both teams. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more small schools district in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And we got more Rocket League coming up, though. We're not done. We're not even close to done. So make sure that you stick around. If you need to get a snack or a drink, make sure you go get some and come right back because we have more action coming up here at the MOSEF Fall Brawl.
Messages I've saved that I never send, 'cause I don't know you, but I used to back then. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here after all this time. Found yourself a way out of this small town. Got a place at school you didn't hang around. Every day you're far away, these streets don't feel the same. Everywhere is painted with your name. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here after all this time. I remember that I was drunk out my mind when we kissed for the first time. In the back of your car we passed out counting stars. Promised all these years we'd pack our things and disappear. I never thought I would see you here. Try to replace you with somebody out there. If I didn't chase you, would you?
And welcome back, everyone, to the MOSEF Fall Brawl. We are a bit further on in the bracket. This is a semifinal of the standard division. I cannot be more excited. We have St. John Vianney, which is a team that we've seen before. And then we have Blue Springs, which we have not seen on broadcast so far.
No, have no idea what Blue Springs has in the bag. Hoping for big things. Already know the dynamic duo of Bubs and Stars. Pretty good. So, gonna take a lot to beat them. We'll have to see how the matchup goes. But so far, we've seen some pretty awesome things from this, both the lower and the standard division, or the small school and standard.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We just saw the Mid Buchanan team from Fawcett, Missouri take the dub over a much bigger school district versus
A much bigger small school.
much bigger small school. We'll say that. Because I mean, they have like I want to say almost double the entire population of Fawcett, which is
They
crazy.
said their school was at 450 and Fawcett was at 300 people total.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. But
Yeah.
enough Fawcett talk, enough
We'll see them later.
enough Whitfield talk. We'll see them later. Let's get back with the now. We got two more teams. The winner goes on to the MOSEF Fall Ball Grand Finals. These two teams, of course, Vianney and Blue Springs.
Yeah, this is a big match. This, depending on how good Blue Springs is, I'm not really sure. This could be basically a finals matchup. I don't know how the other side of the bracket is, but this could be huge. And they're good to go. They're loading in. Let's see if the dynamic duo of Bubs and Stars reigns supreme again.
Just got to see As you see on the top part of your screen, Vianney in the blue, and Blue Springs is on the orange, which is a little bit backwards, but you know, what can you do? Early on, St. John Vianney has a goal thanks to Star is Better. We were talking about him being the janitor throughout the first series we saw him, and there it is yet again.
Yeah, if you make a mistake, you spill the ball out on the field, he's gonna be right there to clean that up, put it in the back of your net.
Why he makes the big bucks. Bubsy has a flip reset, has a double flip reset. Are you kidding me? That was insane. Astro barely able to save it. If that would have landed, I think this place might have erupted.
Yeah, and a little spoiler for anyone out there, Bubs is the player I was talking about that is currently being recruited by a few CRO teams. Pretty high up level player. Excited to see what he can do in the future. More excited to see what he's going to do now. It's looking pretty promising.
It absolutely is. As the first goal of the series goes to St. John Vianney very, very quickly, but as the dust starts to settle, as the ball kind of just bounces around, things start to slow. St. John Vianney aren't quite as aggressive as they were at the start. The kickoff goal absolutely helping themselves assert their dominance. But ever since, Blue Springs has absolutely kept up.
Yeah, Astro, if he can continue getting multiple touches over multiple people, if you do that the whole game, you're probably going to win. Taking out multiple people for just you, keeping on the ball, getting a good shot. It's a good sign that he's already able to do that for his team.
Bubsy has another touch set up, and it goes in. 2 goals now. One of them for Bubsy off of a beautiful double touch. No need for fancy mechanics and air dribbles and flip resets. Just take it off the backboard and hit it in one more time.
Yeah, at the end of the day, a goal's a goal. Doesn't matter how pretty it looks. Doesn't matter how, if they own goal, it's still a goal. And in that play, I don't know if you noticed, Bubsy took out all 5 players, hit it around both of his teammates, and then all 3 of the other team. So he's just 1v5ing out there.
Another shot. This time, it's over by Blue Springs. Does not quite connect, but it does apply some pressure, and it makes St. John Vianney stretch out to make that save. They immediately get put right back on into the action, though. They've got the ball under control for now. A lot of ping pong going on, but whenever one of these teams can secure the ball for a little bit, it's typically St. John Vianney, which Blue Springs definitely needs to change sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but we are seeing good things. Noah, Astro, I'm already recognizing their names, already picking them up. Sometimes you don't, catch everyone's name because they're not doing enough on the field, but those guys have already done enough. We'll see if Ruza can also join them in the ranks. Game's much closer than it was against the other team that St. John Vianney played.
For sure. It's still not great, though. We need to see a little bit more from Blue Springs, but maybe time will tell how that goes. As of right now, it's a really good start for St. John Vianney. Blue Springs has shown some hope here and there, but most of this game, the bulk of it, when it comes down to it, it has been St. John Vianney taking up pretty much everything they can. And we see the dynamic yet again just switched around a little bit. Rather than Bubsy to Shim, rather than Bubsy to Star, it's Shim to Star.
Yeah, really, all that happened was from Bubs's, he did an air dribble, flip reset, into another air dribble, made them catch them off guard on defense. But that save was a great save, but it spills out to the middle, and what happens to spills?
Cleaned up by Star. This time, though, Star has a day off. Bubsy to Shim. I guess Shim picking up a little bit of the workload, It was a very awkward, very messy setup by Bubsy. So it's Shim to come in, clean it up.
Yeah, we'll say that was a pass from Bubsy. It was not a missed shot whatsoever. He didn't hit the bar for the 15th time. It seems like today, always hitting the crossbar. Oh, that is a nice shot from Blue Springs, and a lot of demos coming out. We're seeing more and more demos the farther along in the brackets we get,
which I absolutely love to see. I want to see those explosions. I want to see that aggression, because of course, you can only do so much when you're just running the ball around. You need to get some chaos coming in. That is exactly what these teams are doing. Chaos like that. Everybody's all bundled up on the net. And eventually, the net's going to be overloaded. And there we see the janitor cleaning it up yet again. 5 goals in a row for St. John.
Star is better, getting another goal from Bubsy. I've seen this script before. I've read it a few times, I think. If that is going to continue to be the case, Blue Springs is going to have an uphill battle.
Down to just 80 seconds to score 5 goals. Really difficult scenario to be in for Blue Springs. You might have to chalk it up and try your hardest for game 2, because game 1 does not seem like it's going to happen, especially if Bubbly can make that double touch happen, but that one just slips away from them.
We are seeing some good things from Blue Springs. Again, it's very important to dwell on the things we've done right. Had some really nice touches. Had a great shot. Might get a goal. Noah putting the game's not over yet. Game's not over yet. 1 goal every 13 seconds or so. Feasible.
Somewhere around there. I feel like it's doable, but I feel as if St. John Vianney would have to get a team bump every rally, which does not seem very likely. Of course, it would happen. It could happen, I should say, but it also relies on Shim and Bubsy not connecting on a goal. I think that one's probably going to be the end of this game.
Yeah, and that shows a really nice team dynamic for Vianney, where Bubs hasn't necessarily hit every single shot, just missed that double tap, missed another shot earlier. But you know who's there for him? His teammates. They're backing him up. They're like, yo, I got you. We're going to score that goal anyway. Don't worry about it. This says a lot if your star player isn't hitting everything, but the other guys are helping out. Pretty good sign.
This one rolls all the way down. Bubsy has another one, and book your plane ticket yet again. We go right back to that 7-1 score line. It's Brazil, just like the World Cup.
Yeah, we do see a Brazil, and probably not coincidentally, he nails the back of the net as soon as I talk about how he's been missing the net. So,
yeah,
I think you can hear me through that headset. Put that one away.
It's an anti-caster's curse, because typically caster's curse is a bad thing, but we were saying how Bubsy could not hit the net, but now he's starting to hit the net. That's a good sign.
It was an open net, to be fair.
It was an open net.
For someone that's hit the highest rank in the game.
To be fair, the last goal that was an open net, Bubsy missed.
True.
It was that double touch.
True.
And it was right off of that crossbar, which I would count as an open net. It might not be as easy as what that one was, but it still was an open net. But open net talk aside, and all the scoring aside as well, this game is over. It's going to stay up for a little bit longer so they can continue play, but it doesn't seem like either one of these teams is going to make a goal out of it. As officially, it's 0 seconds for a long time. I thought that surely would have touched the ground there, but I guess not. How in the world does Bubsy keep it up that long?
Well, the unofficial, there's a hot debate in Rocket, whether Rule 1 is locking cars like we saw in the first match of the day, or if it's to keep the ball up at 0 seconds. It's kind of a joke in the community. If the game outcome is not going to change, right? It didn't matter if Vianney scored. It didn't matter if Blue Springs scored. Vianney was taking that win anyway. You keep it all for fun. Have a little fun. It's like keepy ups when you're playing traditional soccer.
Yeah, I feel like you might as well. But at the same time, it seemed like that ball did not want to go down, because you saw it get hit into the corner, right? That for sure skimmed the ground. Like, I'm not going crazy, right?
Well, the ramps are kind of funny. The bounces in Rocket League, a little questionable sometimes.
Very questionable.
But with the higher level that you get in Rocket League, the more ball control you have, the more car control you have, the longer the ball tends to stay in the air. Especially when both teams want the ball to stay in the air, because it doesn't really matter. You got 6 people trying to play keep up. It's going to turn out pretty fun.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about how the wall is a teammate that never misses a pass, but those ramps, I wasn't talking about the ramp.
No, the ramps are completely different from the wall.
I was not talking about the ramps at the top and the bottom of, I guess, the wall. At the bottom ramps, those are a nightmare to deal with, unless you have a lot of control over your car and a lot of control over the ball, because it's difficult.
Ooh, we're going to see quite a dunk from Jim. We did learn for those at home that the square is an E. So to play along with us, if we're playing Wheel of Fortune, the square is an E this time. So it's Shim, and he just got a crazy dunk off the ceiling.
Insane. Like a third of the way down the field as well. It wasn't like it was right on top of it or was like an easy goal to get. That was a really difficult one. Bubsy, right off the kickoff, just slams it straight through. That is probably the straightest shot we've seen all day.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing some issues with the kickoff. There was no one cheating up on the ball, being right behind the kickoff. And the guy who went for the corner boost didn't turn in toward the net. So when that happens, you kind of split the Red Sea and ball goes straight down the middle.
Gotta respect Gruza with the Pioneers decal. You know, despite the Rocket League team being an OCE, it's still the Kansas City Pioneers. So
Yep.
gotta
Gotta rep.
represent Missouri, even though the city is called Kansas City. It's really a confusing day.
Yeah, I have friends that live in Kansas City, and they kind of live in Kansas and kind of live in Missouri. And it's a problem.
Bubsy going up for it. Almost forces that one through. Everything they could, and it was very beautiful to watch, but it does not end in a goal, which, unfortunately for Bubsy, that is the point of Rocket League. You got to score those goals. Bubsy looked to turn this one into it, but it's saved away by Noah. However, Vianney is still attacking. It's hit nearly to the ceiling. It somehow stays off of it for just a little bit longer than Shim can work with it. But as it goes down, Bubsy has a shot, but once again, Noah saves it away before it's finally able to be turned over to Blue Springs, and that rally does not last too long. It's right back into Vianney's favor.
Yeah, Vianney having a lot of control, but not a lot of goals yet. They kind of do this, I feel like. Most of their games, they get a goal or two, kind of coast for a little bit, and then when when they really got to start scoring, they put it in the last minute or so.
Another setup. Bubsy's nowhere to be found. Star cannot clean it up as they were at an awkward angle. But Shim's going to try to put one more up. And Noah slows that ball down. Just take a chill, Bill. Wait for everything to change up. Don't try to force anything because you're going to end up making a mistake. So don't try to force the unforceable. That's exactly what they did, and we're going to remain exactly where they are. Exactly where we are. Vianney's still leading by 2, but it's a lot better than what it was last game.
Yeah, by this time last game, I think they were down 2 or 3 or maybe 4.
I think it was a little more than 3.
Yeah, it was quite a bit. So they played a little bit better defense. I think they've had more offense. I think that's really the key here. They've definitely ripped a few more shots, gotten into the face of especially Bubs a little bit more, which is definitely needed.
Another setup. It's got to be Shim off of a massive assist. Had to be, I guess it's the star to Shim
Star to
connection
Shim.
this time. Bubsy not even involved at all.
Well, he did get the air dribble to hit it off the backboard over too.
That is true.
He got the assist. You know, if this was the NBA, he would get an assist, I think, anyway, right? They get an assist for an assist.
The uncounted for, the unaccredited.
Yeah. He did some work. He did some work. Almost got the skin by Astro. We're really looking for not the first goal, but a really solid goal from Blue Springs. You got to kind of get the morale going, and the best way to do that is to put one in the back of the net.
Noah looks to do just that, but saved away by Bubsy. Denies the Blue Spring offense. Now they start to drive it back down the other way. Going to the Shim. Through and through around the corner. Not quite there to finish.
You have a
So it
1v1.
drives
an
away
air dribble bump.
from Blue Springs, and it drives all the way through to the net. Noah beats out everyone on Vianney.
You know, I have to say I am impressed. A little disappointed that he's also trolling us with the Platinum Tournament Reward Winner logo. Because the air dribble bump is a little bit above that. I think Noah's got some work in the bag.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe they just don't play comp. Maybe he just only plays casual.
When you have that kind of skill, it's just a shame not to play comp. You gotta earn your right out there.
That is true.
And they have a minute and a half. I mean, the game is just ridiculously close compared to last game. 2 goals in a minute and a half, take it to OT, win the game, OT winner. We can see Neo Tokyo again. I'd be down for that.
A lot of potential for the second half of this game, or the last minute of it. Either way, Astro puts yet another one in. And we were talking about the best way to boost your morale is putting one at the back end of the net. That is a perfect way to do so. And let's talk about Astro's banner. A gold tournament winner.
I don't buy that.
Yeah.
I think we have some high school kids that are trolling us here. Looks a little bit better. We're having someone tell us he's champ 2. That's far from gold. Far from gold. You know, I like sometimes when you're in this position, you just you throw stuff up and see what sticks. Astro, it wasn't necessarily the greatest shot. It was just a lob. But him didn't get the best touch he wanted on it and ended up being a goal anyway. Maybe that's just the way. Just put numbers on the target and eventually they fall.
That up for the Blue Springs defense to save it away. Vianney nearly scoring a goal off of it. That pass was perfectly placed to Astro, but Star recognized it and got that demo when it mattered. Backboard shot, nobody there to finish. Bubsy has to reset it back up, and Noah clips it at just the right angle. Blue Springs only down by 1. This game is still very winnable.
Yeah, this is a far cry from the Brazil of last game. And we're seeing Noah go up quick for that ball. You know, I have to think if there was anyone but Star in front of that ball, it might be a different storyline here.
Astro puts one on target, a little too far to the left, rather. And Bubsy clears it away. 0 seconds to go, and it's slammed down by Vianney. They take the second game, but it was a much closer margin than game 1.
Yeah, and you're seeing the only person without a tag at the very top of Vianney. So he's doing pretty good. He's outscoring the SSL, outscoring the Grand Champ, doing pretty solid. Can't really put my finger on where Astro and Noah are with their gold and plat tournament tags, but if Astro is a champ too, I think he's got a few other things to say about the scoreline of that game. Much closer than the Brazil. Love to see that. I would love to see Neo Tokyo.
I would love to as well. I want to see a game 4. You know, I really want to see a game 5. Sooner or later, I really want to see it. You know, like the game 3s are nice. The sweeps are very clean to watch. Like it shows some really great Rocket League, but I want to see a Champions Field. I want to see more Neo Tokyo. Just give me one.
Yeah, short day in the office for most people is a benefit. Love that. Love to see it.
But not us.
I'm cool with a few extra games.
Yeah, I'm cute. I'm cool with a little bit more.
Yeah.
We may get it. We may not. With how Vianney has been playing, likely not this series, but there's a lot of potential for Blue Springs to take this series and reverse sweep it under the rug, because game 2 was so much closer than game 1. If they can continue improving, then this game will likely go to them, and we will see a Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, game 2 being a 2-goal game. I mean, the first thing that happened in this game was Astro so close to getting a double tap. And now we're getting even more shots on target. It's looking more promising by the minute for Blue Springs here.
Really is. Off the kickoff, they have been the better team, as they are taking so much more space than St. John Vianney are. And honestly, I think they're taking a lot more than what they expected, even, because Vianney kind of look like they're in an awkward spot. We don't see this very often, but they do not look comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of double commits, a demo getting, placed onto Vianney as well. It looks like Blue Springs has not necessarily figured it out, but they are well on their way. As I say that, they figured it out. Never mind. They got a goal. Noah put one in the back of the net. Nice 50-50s coming out. We took Bubsy out to play with the 50, took Shim out of the play with the 50, and then you get rewarded.
Early lead for Blue Springs. Not as early as we've seen, but in the whole scheme of things, it only took a minute. We've seen some games that are incredibly defensive, just defensive masterclasses, but this series so far has not been one of those. It has been a big show of offense. A beautiful snipe shot from Bubsy, and it's barely wide. If that went in, that would have been crazy. Alas, it's the 4th defender to save it away yet again. The crossbar or the goalpost, it kind of hit in the awkward corner spot. We'll give them both the credit.
Yeah, we're seeing a trend across just about every high school team. Not quite putting the ball exactly on target. If it's just a little bit different, there'd be a lot more goals on the day, that's for sure.
Noah boots it down, trying to race to it, loses the 50, but in comes Astro looking to finish. It goes up as a shot, but the goal is denied from St. John. Ball gets booted over. Star is better. Has a little bit of an opportunity, but unfortunately could not get it fast enough. Another setup from Bubsy. It goes over everyone and arcs right into the water for a goal for St. John. Slow start, but they have hit back hard.
It looks like just a miscommunication on the Blue Springs part. You just see both players turn. They both pause. They both thought each other were flying for the ball. One went eventually too little too late. Couldn't quite catch up to it. And that just shows Vianney, you don't need to do all the fancy stuff. The passing plays, the flipper sets, whatever. You put one on target just like Noah does. And that's 2 for him. He might be heading for a hat trick here.
Very possibly. There's still a long way to go. And it was none other than Bubsy that Noah beat, which is a big, big feat to do. Of course, Bubsy, a very big name in the Missouri Rocket League scene. At the moment, Noah kind of has his number.
Yeah, like I said, Bubsy looking at getting recruited by some CRL teams, so he's definitely going to want to win this state championship, put one under his resume. But if Noah has anything to say about it, it may not happen yet.
Blue Springs looks to stay in this bracket for a little bit longer. But unfortunately for them, it's St. John Vianney to slam another one home. It's Bubsy yet again. I think he might have heard you. He knew what was on the line, so he kicks it into overdrive, dead center.
Well, and we're seeing, another trend between most of these high schools have one player that is a little bit above the rest, and we're seeing a trend of that player when the going gets tough, they get scoring, and so Bubsy's, keeping up with that trend.
50-50 does not go the way that St. John wanted to. Barely able to be saved away by Star, but they get out of danger for now. Star boots it on down. It has to be the save by Gruza. Awkward position to be in as they're flying through the air like an astronaut. They barely get back on the ground before it was too late. Oh, and a big whiff.
A really clutch bump coming in when Bubsy had a free air dribble. Follow through, gets the bump, and takes the best player out of the lobby. So
Bubsy sets it up. Saved away by Gruza. And in comes the attack for Blue Spring. Does not last as long as they would want it. It's still tied up. But if St. John Vianney keep attacking this net like they have been, this will be their lead and possibly their game and series in no time. Astro, something to say about it though. A beautiful setup, but once again, there's nobody there to finish it. And St. John Vianney just get a hand on it.
yeah, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. Not really anything substantial on offense. We are seeing way more demos than we're used to. Bubsy in particular getting quite a few. But the problem is, if he's getting demos, it's going to be hard for him to pass the ball. And he seems to be the one that's really dishing the ball off for a lot of goals here.
60 seconds left to play, and we are still completely knotted up. These teams going shot for shot, blow for blow. But only one of these teams can come out on top. I want to say this favors St. John Vianney, but this could easily go to Blue Springs. It's a perfect setup, and Bubsy, the selfless king, dumps it off to Shim. I guess Star's taking a break because it is time for Janitor Shim.
Well, Stars was taking a break, not because he wanted to, because he had to. He got them out in the midfield, but Bubsy passes it back to both of them, and can't demo both of them at the same time.
We'll call it a work-related injury.
There you go.
Had to take some PTO. It's unfortunate, but Shim steps up in a big way and really applies some pressure in the last 30 ticks to Blue Spring. They are down by 1 with their tournament life on the line, as well as the season.
And regardless of how this turns out, you started off getting Brazil. Hate to see it. Hate doing that. But other 2 games being 1-goal games, maybe an overtime here. You gotta say you're pretty proud of that one.
10 seconds left. Blue Spring needs to get something going. It's Astro booting it down. Double commit on the back line of St. John, but it does the job. It clears it off, and the 0-second timer has started. Ball must touch the ground. Blue Springs trying to keep it up as long as possible. Gruza waiting for it, but there's no boost for them to work with. It's a shot on target, but Bubsy slams it down. St. John Vianney will take another series with a 3-0. They have punched their ticket all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, that's definitely the closest series so far. I'm hoping the finals gives us maybe an overtime, maybe a Neo Tokyo, maybe a champ field. That would be a little bit too poetic, getting a champ field on the finals.
I mean, if you're going to get Champions Field, it's got to be in the grand finals, right? Like Game 7, OT, to win the championship, it does not get better than that. So Vianney and whoever wins the other semifinal side of the bracket, I want to see one.
Well, the thing is with a best of 7, it's going to be even harder to beat a team if they are outranking you and outpacing you. The uphill battle is going to be even more.
Yeah.
Anyone can win 1 game, maybe 2, maybe 3. 4 is difficult, to say the least.
Yeah, the hard part for St. John Vianney is done. They've made their way through the sometimes unpredictable best of 5s. So now they just got to focus on the best of sevens, where this is where these really high ranking teams, they always flourish here. So unless they get a really high ranking team on the other side, then this should be a pretty good chance for them to win it easily. But there's still some really good teams in this bracket. So it's not going to be as easy as we're making it out, but this is their comfort zone.
Yeah, a best of seven is going to be very difficult to overcome, especially a team that seems as well put together as Vianney. So we'll see them in the finals. We'll be happening over here, I'm sure. So few games to Blue Springs and Vianney, and we will be back with more games.
And welcome back, everyone, to the MOSEF Fall Brawl. We are officially taking a trip back down to the small school district. We have the grand finals up and coming. It is Duchenne versus Mid Buchanan. Let's make some noise for our grand finalists. Here we are.
Yeah, very excited. Excited to see what a small little faucet can do. I don't know about Duchenne a whole lot. I know that's not how you should spell it, but it is how you do spell it. They had to come over and tell us how to pronounce the name of the town. So excited to see what they have. Cosmic is going up, already in the air, getting a lot of aerial action. Might be a sign of things to come.
And if you look on the top of your screen, this is no longer a best of 5. This is a best of 7. So we are in for a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good series. I'm hoping, we've had a lot of sweeps. A lot of sweeps today. I don't want any more sweeps. I want at least game 6, game 7, overtime. Would be kind of cool. Would be pretty hype. These players have been playing all fall long, the entire fall semester to get to this point, and they've earned their way here. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up and clutch it out at the very end.
They fought all the way through the season, through the small school district. They've made it to land. They beat their opponents in the first round, and it's only one more series to be crowned the MOSEF champs, and Yimbo almost starts the scoring off.
Yeah, Yimbo was definitely the main scorer of the Fawcett roster, but Yo Tango got himself a few as well. Didn't see a whole lot from their third, but hopefully they can come out of their shell, come give us a little bit more gameplay. They took their first series pretty handedly, but they're going to take all 3 of them to win this finals.
Yeah. Don't want to throw any shade at Amethyst, though, because they made their mark in several moments on the field. Essentially a perfect third man. It was the Yim and Yotango show, but Amethyst, you cannot get distracted. You cannot overlook what they did. They did quite a bit, playing the production role and just chilling back, letting Yotango and Yimbo pop off, and when they needed, the Amethyst came up.
Yeah, Alexander has already caught my eye a few times with a few of the mechanics he's been doing, the pre-jumps that he's had on Yimbo to stop him in his tracks before he even gets started. But overall, it's been kind of just a back and forth, not really a whole lot of shots, not a whole lot of defense to be played. Almost like a game of ping pong. Just hit the ball, you hit the ball, I hit the ball, you hit the ball, I hit the ball. Not much going on there. Not yet.
Cosmic wants to take this up the wall. They have a backboard shot. They have a finisher as well, but Yimbo recognizes and beats it on out back to the bush. Yimbo has a shot sent away by Cosmic, and in goes Amethyst. Lets that ball fall. They can't get the touch they wanted on it.
Yeah, something about these players and putting these little emoticon faces in their name, it just makes them better. Cosmic, Yimbo, they both got one. And I think they might be the carries for their team. You never know.
I mean, look at Alexander as well. They don't have an emoticon like Cosmic or Yimbo or that, but they have that box. I mean, I feel like Shim played fantastically over on the, it was the Vianney play, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Shim was on Vianney. So, having an emoticon or having a box in your name, it's honestly a big buff.
Yeah, it's like a status symbol almost. Like you see that and you know you're in trouble when you're playing against them.
They know what they're doing. Another attempt at the net from Duchenne, but Mid Buchanan able to beat it out and keep it away for just a little bit longer. Yimbo takes it over everybody. Double touch, not quite found. Cosmic has to push it to the side.
Yeah, it does seem that, with it being a less of a scoring game, they're playing a little bit more timid. I'm not really a big fan of this Fawcett roster playing as timid as they are. That was a really good chance created by Yimbo, but no one was there to crash the net. Instead, we're taking a boost. We're staying at midfield. Not putting in the net or putting the ball in the net isn't going to win you the game.
Awkward touch from Amethyst. Could act as a pass for Yimbo, and I mean, it gets them the ball, which is definitely a plus. Nearing that minute mark, and now it's passed. And we are still completely scoreless. We always talk about these offensive shootout games, but a defensive masterclass is always fun to watch as well. And I don't think it gets much more defensive masterclass like than this. Yimbo, what a shot! After 4 minutes 18 seconds. We finally have a goal, and it just had to be Yimbo. An incredible angle, super difficult to make. And a little assist from Cosmic as well. Counts as an own goal, but that was going in.
Yeah, Yimbo, I think the big thing there was he caught Cosmic off angle. Cosmic didn't think he had it, didn't think that he could shoot that angle. And Yimbo comes out and he pulls out a lot of things out of the bag. Like we saw in his first match, flip resets, double taps, doomsday dishes. He can do it all. You have to start respecting it and being in the net a little bit better.
Awkward setup. Unfortunately for Duchenne, they're not quite able to bring it back to the net as it stays on the side. 15 seconds to go. BT 2007 does not have anything in the tank to make that touch, and it's officially down to the double digits, into the single digits, as Mid Buchanan still has the lead. Duchenne needs to score to send us to OT. The ball looks like it's going to touch the net. Yimbo wants one last touch at it, and no one lets that one go. Mid Buchanan has game one, but only by one.
Only one by one, and didn't see any tomfoolery this time. No keeping the ball up. The ball was coming to Yimbo. He said, I'm not going to touch that ball. I'm going to let that thing go. Don't need to touch it. Want to secure the bag, secure the dub, and that's just smart Rocket League. There's no point keeping it up. Take your dub and move on to the next one.
Yeah. You don't want to keep it up for too long because especially when you're in the grand finals, if you give the other team an inch, they might just go ahead and turn it into a mile. And that is one thing about an explosive team, like both of these teams. Like, yeah, Mid Buchanan might have won that, but I'm going to give Duchenne their credit. They have a lot going for them. And really quick, before we get on into the next game, I have some facts.
We have facts.
We have facts.
Along with the 3% of the entire population of Fawcett. We have other facts.
If you are unfamiliar of where Fawcett, Missouri is, it's about 45 minutes of North Kansas City. This is Fawcett's first year, or Mid Buchanan's first year, rather, in the esports scene. So to do this in 1 year is absolutely insane. Let's talk about that as
Impressive.
well. There it is. Give yourself a round of applause as well. 280 in the high school, as it's actually a joint school for multiple small towns in the Buchanan area.
Yeah, you have to do that when your town would only supply about 20 kids. You gotta find other towns. You got 20 here, 30 there, 50 over here. You put it all together, you finally get a school.
It adds up to 280. That's all that matters. Game 2 is underway. Mid Buchanan won the first one. They look to do it yet again. And I mean, this is their first year in the esports program. Imagine taking home a grand final victory of the entire MOSEF season in your first year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few schools pop up recently. Oh, are we having issues with the server? Is everything okay? I am uncertain. I think a controller may have disconnected. We'll have to get maybe Tony on that. I'm not sure.
For now, it looks like everything is fine. A bit of chaos happening on the stage, but for now, I think we're good.
BC 2007 getting a goal.
Yeah.
Didn't see a whole lot of them last game, but seeing them this game.
Took a little bit less time than in game 1, but it's Duchenne that scores first. Mid Buchanan's going to have to strike back.
Yeah, even though the last game was a 1-goal game, almost went to overtime at 0-0, not safe. The 1-goal lead is not safe. Don't get lulled into that kind of mindset. You're going to need more than that if you're going to win the whole series.
Especially going up against an explosive team like Mid Buchanan. If Yimbo has any opportunity, he will absolutely destroy you. Like right there, big opportunity. Alexander has to use pretty much everything in their tank to clear that one away, and they barely are able to do it. Yimbo still attacking the net.
Yeah, we're going to see I think we're going to see a long offensive stand here if Yimbo has his way with the ball. They keep 15 in the corner, keep putting a shot on. It's going to be hard to get out of if you are named Duchenne.
An awkward double commit on the front line. Fortunately for Duchenne, Mid Buchanan is not quite able to make as much out of it as they would have wanted. Yimbo still carrying it. A really nice touch from Yotengo to drag it back to the corner. Amethyst running on it, but gets beat by Alexander. This gives the Duchenne offense an attempt to attack, but it's immediately struck down by Yimbo. They take the ball away. and they seal the deal, and the lead is no more.
Yeah, a shot like this where it's up and over your shoulder, you really have to do what they do in traditional soccer and just push the ball up onto the backboard, hit it over the net. Touching it with your negative momentum is just going to tap it even farther into your net. So got to be a little bit better on defense, maybe not peak up as much as third man, but 1-1, pretty similar scoreline. Might as well be 0-0.
We are nearing that halfway point. That's going to be when the tides start to change up a little bit. Unless these teams can keep it up for now and for a while, we will definitely have a bit of difference coming at it. A shot put on by Cosmic. It is a really good showing of putting the weakness out there. Dushin is able to score it. It's Alexander with the credit, and the lead is given back over.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an entire team have that little boost across like Mid Buchanan did. Not too bad to put it hard and on target if you're Alexander either.
Halfway point is there. It's 2-1 scoreline for Dushin. Mid Buchanan wastes no time driving the ball back down. Yimbo making a couple of people miss. Amethyst puts it up a little bit too high, and there's nobody to finish. Alexander, unfortunately, inside the ball. They needed to be outside. That would have had a chance to score. But either way, it doesn't matter. Dushin makes something out of nothing, and they've got the insurance goal.
Yeah, really, you know, we haven't seen that many own goals today. I don't think Cosmic shot was on target. Just expected a little bit more. Ended up running into that ball, putting it into the back of your own net. Doesn't feel good, but plenty of time left. 2 minutes 10. So much time in Rocket League. Really, all you have to do is tie it up. Only need 2 goals. And you know what? If the other team's going to help you out, you'll take those.
Big shot from Amethyst. Right off the kickoff, I don't think they were even really aiming for the goal, but you know, it's the teammate that never misses a pass. Sometimes it's the teammate that never misses a shot.
Yeah, and if you're, you know, if you're on the Dushin side, what do you do there, right? You miss the ball, they're going to put it in the back of the net. You don't miss the ball, you put it in the back of the net. You might as well do it faster for them.
2 minutes to go when Mid Buchanan is only down by 1. Yimbo looks to win the 50, but it's really awkward, and it forces Amethyst to go up. They can't quite make the connection on it. Yotingo has to go up and try for it. They get a bit of a touch, but it's not quite as much as they would have wanted. Yimbo driving in from out of nowhere. Mid Buchanan scores back-to-back. Quick succession. They tie us all up. Knotted at 3.
Yeah, we see another double commit into the corner. Overextending second, third man, both going for the same ball. You smack it off the wall, it's just going to be a free net. And the last person you want to give it to is Yimbo.
Evened up, looking for the 7th goal of the game. Which team is it gonna be? There's 90 seconds to go. One of these teams has to score one more time to win this game. I know that Yimbo has something in mind. A great setup touch. They got a little bit of boost to follow it, but not enough to expend. Ball gets given back over to Dushin.
Yeah, we're seeing quite the difference. We're going to have at least 7 goals in this game, regardless of who wins. And compare that to the singular 1 of last game. These guys are starting to get a little bit fired up, starting to score a little bit more goals, get some more offense. And that's just good Rocket League.
Really nice runaround play by Cosmic, putting the lead back in their favor. And Mid Buchanan, they had so much going for them for a long time, and now Dushin takes that all away.
You know, I'd be down to need 9 goals in this game. I think they can tie it up. I think Mid Buchanan can get there. It's gonna be tough though. It's gonna be tough. You don't really have to do a whole lot of anything if you are Dushin. Just play some defense. Make sure they don't get that much possession, and you should be able to lock this one away. But this game has been just an absolute shootout. It's been anyone's game. And I'm just happy it's not just a 1-goal game again.
We get to see the shootout. No defensive masterclass this time, but maybe next game we'll get to see it again. 30 seconds remaining. Shot is put a little too high. No one's there to finish. Amethyst comes in a little bit late, but slides it on in to the top right corner. We are yet again knotted.
Amethyst looking a little timid to go for that ball. Not sure if they should or if they shouldn't. Ended up, it wasn't the hardest hit, but sometimes placement's all you need. And they placed that in the perfect spot.
24 seconds to go. We might just get an overtime if these teams are careful. Alexander Really awkward touch. That gives Yimbo a big opportunity to boot it back down to the blue side. And a whiff on the back line. Yimbo gets the bump. Amethyst puts it up too high. There's a finish, and it's in. Yimbo scores!
Yimbo just doing it all. Gets a bump, gets a pass, and puts it back in. He says, you know, maybe I shouldn't go for this ball, but I'm going to. And I am that person, and I'm going to score. 7 seconds left. We're going to need to see a kickoff miracle here to have this all night tied up again.
Maybe a 0 second. This is Rocket League-esque goal. We need to see something, and we almost did it!
Just off the post for Duchenne. And, you know, what a dichotomy of games between number 1 and number 2. It is very rare you see 9 goals in a Rocket League game. Very rare.
Very.
Especially 9 goals split fairly evenly between the two teams. Doesn't happen a whole lot. And I would say it's going to happen even less in the high school space. That's just how closely matched these people are, or these teams are.
You know, I feel like we need to talk about Amethyst just a little bit. They've been the player that's kind of been the low man on the totem pole, but they have absolutely come alive here in these past couple of games. This series, they have been right where they needed to every single time. They've come up huge. That clutch goal to tie things up, it does not get better than that, as well as setting up the finisher for Yimbo.
Yeah, and, you know, we talked about it a little bit before this matchup started. You can get away most of your season, almost all of your season, with Yimbo doing most of the heavy lifting. When you get to the finals, it's going to take all 3 of you. And it really did take, I mean, Amethyst was the difference maker, tied it up, allowed Yimbo to be able to get that final goal. It's going to take all 3.
It is going to, and it did. Barely. Mid Buchanan had that, thanks heavily in part to Amethyst stepping up, playing in that support role. They definitely did not get the MVP. That was Yimbo for the right reasons. But Amethyst stepped up when Mid Buchanan needed them to.
And, you know, I think the scariest thing is we haven't heard much from Mr. Tango. And if Mr. Tango starts firing, and Amethyst is firing, and Yimbo's always firing, it's going to be dangerous. I say that, and the only thing that's firing is the demos for Duchenne. They just got back-to-back demos, cleared the net. Not hard to score when no one's there.
It is not. It's an open net, and those are typically pretty easy to score. We've had a couple of times today where they've struggled with it, but that time they push it through. A little over 30 seconds taken, and Duchenne will score first. But remember last time Duchenne scored first, and guess what happened? Mid Buchanan still won the game.
Yeah,
see a little bit more.
I would like to see a little bit more just in general from these small schools. There's not a whole lot of demos going on. You know, in soccer, you go and you just tackle the goalie, it's a red card. There's no red cards, no refs, no nothing. Go ahead, tackle him, take him out of the game, bump him around. If Yimbo can't play, the odds go up quite significantly.
Very much so. Really good setup. Yotango flying in from halfway across the pitch. It barely misses out. Could have been a lot worse than it was for Duchenne. Mid Buchanan now looking to try to push this ball down to the other side, but it immediately, as I say that, goes back to their goal, and Yimbo had to stretch out to make that save.
Yeah, Alexander really doing well at holding that midfield line, putting the ball back into play, keeping the offense. Really just in general, Duchenne's been doing that fairly well this entire series. They haven't missed really a beat in rotation. They're consistently there on the ball, taking shots, making passes, rotating out. They're kind of just playing fundamentally sound Rocket League.
Alexander sets it up for Cosmic. They want to roll it around the corner. Yotango misses on that ball as it rolls in front of the net. Could have been very bad for Mid Buchanan, but Duchenne can't quite make anything out of it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of the, we're going back to the game one type of feeling where they're just kind of hitting the ball back to each other, maybe feeling each other out, seeing how, can you block this ball? Are you going to be able to defend this? Am I going to be able to dribble it at your face? You know, just kind of going back and forth. We're definitely not going to get a 9-goal game. I don't think that's a bold statement to say at all.
Already halfway over. We only have one. However, I am seeing a lot of mechanical mishaps coming out from the mid Buchanan side, which thankfully have not cost them too much yet. But Yotengo and Amethyst need to get in it a little bit more. They need to touch these a little bit better.
Yeah, we are starting to see a few whiffs. Maybe they're, it's not land jitters anymore necessarily. I think they're thinking about the sweet, sweet trophy at the end of the road of this long season they've been playing on. They're up 2-0. It's just in their grasp. Might be getting a little bit nervous because of that.
Need to shut those nerves down as soon as possible. And Yimbo, of course, they've played under these bright lights, and they are just dominating everything in their path. So it's clear either they are not nervous or they are controlling it and hiding it very well. Third time's going to be the charm for Duchenne, as Yimbo can only save so much.
Yeah, 3 back-to-back 50-50s for Yimbo. You have to think maybe if he let his teammate come in and take a 50 with more power, more gusto, the ball doesn't just flop back into the top of the box like it did twice there.
It's up to Amethyst as well as Yotengo.
I think this is the largest lead of the series, and it's only 2 goals.
I think you are right, because the last game had a lot of goals, but they were all back-to-back by other teams. Like, it was back and forth, ping-pong type-ish. So, yeah, I think you are correct. There's still a minute for Mid Buchanan to play in this game, so they could absolutely strike this back and maybe get this tied up within a minute, but need to keep the ball out of your own net, first of all, and then we need to find a way to break past this Duchenne defense.
Yeah, I think the unsung hero has been this BT 2007. It's a questionable name, but his play is not questionable. It's very nice. He's doing really well, putting the ball back into play, really solid. I think he has 2 of their goals right now, and he's just been playing exceptional.
Yotengo sets it up. Amethyst gets beat on it. And in comes Yimbo. Has to drive it all the way down the field, and they get bumped out of the way. Eventually, they make it back. Alexander has to flake off on it, and it's Yotengo to drive it around the corner. They beat it up over 1. Amethyst can't quite get up that high. And Duchenne have done a lot of work, and I think it has been enough. They've got to score twice in 10 seconds. And with every second that passes, it's looking less and less likely, as now we got that statistical impossibility. This game goes to Duchenne.
Duchenne taking their first W, but none of these games have been what I would call solid. I don't think there is anything, all 1-goal games besides, this was 2 goals compared to the Brazils and the the absolute destruction that we have been seeing. I don't think these games are solid enough to be comfortable.
Oh, for sure not. These games have been really, really close. And with how well Yimbo has been playing, Yotengo and Amethyst have been there to support them. But this game, something just felt a little bit off. I feel like Duchenne absolutely has their flaws. If they can get Yimbo flying in at as hard as they can, Yotengo and Amethyst able to support them when they need it, I feel like this could easily be Mid Buchanan's game. But unfortunately, right now, Mid Buchanan is struggling, specifically those role players. Yimbo's still doing Yimbo things. It's hard to get Yimbo off of his Yimbo game, but the secondary roles have just not been it. And yeah, we've been talking on Yimbo the entire day, but those second and third players are so, so important. And it's really showing, because at the moment, Duchenne is not as mechanically skilled as Yimbo. No one on Duchenne is, but they're playing so much better as a functioning unit.
Yeah, I think that the biggest takeaway from that last game was just how well Alexander was controlling the midfield. Really, Yimbo can't do Yimbo things if he can't get on offense. And with Alexander doing what he was doing, couldn't really, kept putting the ball into offense for themselves and making Yimbo play defense. He's not that kind of guy. BT 2007, I think he's a sleeper pick. If I was playing Fantasy Rocket League, I think I would pick up BT, because it's not flash. Nothing is flashy about it, but he puts the ball in the net, and that's results. That's all you need.
33 seconds taken up by Duchenne. Mid Buchanan can't quite get back on their mark. Starting things off with a demo from Yimbo. but nobody on the back line leaves it up open for Cosmic yet again.
Yeah, Yimbo sacrificing himself, trying to go for that ball, gets a demo, gets his boost on at the same time. Everything going wrong for Yimbo, and therefore everything going wrong for mid.
2 in a row for Duchenne. I mean, don't call it a comeback, but looks like they have this series under control at the moment. They are still losing, but last game was theirs by not necessarily a wide margin due to score, but they absolutely outplayed Mid Buchanan, and this game is starting off even better. Yimbo needs to do something. It's immediately shut down by Alexander. They almost get their third. One more attempt from Cosmic before it is saved away. They need to turn this save into some offense.
I would say it was a pretty impressive stand by the Mid Buchanan team. Yimbo wasn't there. And you know what? Yimbo's not always going to be there. You can't always hold your hand whenever you're on defense. And the fact that they clutched up in that defensive stand, good sign for Mid Buchanan to keep going in this game.
Double commit from Mid Buchanan. Nobody close enough to make a difference on it from Duchenne. A wide open net. It's a little too high. They want to get the finish. Yotingo gonna go up for it. Can't quite connect. 50's it the other way, but a big bump sends them off target, and barely Mid Buchanan survive.
A little bit of tomfoolery happening on the goal line there, and there still seems to be some. Big thing for Mid Buchanan right now is to get a nice, solid clear if you can, and get some boost. But Cosmic with a really nice 2-tap air dribble, barely slots it into upper 90. No one on Mid Buchanan thought it was even possible.
Far down. This time not out, but rather in. The defender that never misses does not necessarily miss, but rather just slides it on in. There's no need to try to keep it out. I think at the moment, Crossbar is playing favorites to Duchenne.
Yeah, Duchenne is definitely taking advantage, although we have to remember, even if they do win this game, it doesn't matter how much they win it by. The series is still tied. And that's a long road ahead of them, and it's going to get longer if Yimbo's doing Yimbo things.
First goal in quite a while for Mid Buchanan, and it was all up to Yimbo. And solid solo play. Cosmic gets bumped out of the way, but we need to see a little bit more.
You know, it's hard to ask for more than that from Yimbo, but the real thing is that they've just been shutting them down. Duchenne has done a really good job taking his boost, getting him uncomfortable, bumping him around, and, you know, when he can do what he wants, it's free. The goal is just wide open for him. It's like there's not even a defender there. He's that good. But when he doesn't have any boost, or he's bumped, or he's demoed, just nothing happening.
Yimbo driving the ball down the field, loses that 50, and it's given right back over to BT at 2007. Yotingo sets up perfectly for Duchenne, and Cosmic puts it in the top right corner yet again. And it's just getting better and better for Duchenne. It was a really bad decision to let Yimbo drive the entire part of the field. But Duchenne is right back on their game.
Yeah, Tango getting a little bit caught up in the corner there. Not sure exactly how to handle that ball. Probably wants to go toward net and then sweep outwards instead of trying to take it across. Gets a poor touch because Rocket League is, in fact, a hard game to play. And it gets capitalized on. Cosmic with a hat trick in this game. I don't think they had scored at all the entire rest of the series. They're scoring plenty now. A 5-1 victory. This might be the very first secured dub for any team in this finals.
I want to say so. 2 minutes, score 4 times. Very unlikely. It's still technically possible, but I see a lot of improvement from Mid Buchanan. Duchenne starting to figure them out. And to think that this series started at 2-0 in favor of Mid Buchanan is unreal.
Yeah, the tides certainly have turned. We have seen some sparks of life from the Mid Buchanan side, but it's just the overall intensity of the offense from Duchenne. The rotations are clean. They're letting each other go for the ball when they need to. The shots are on target. The 50s, they're not letting the other team out of their half. It's almost unbearable at this point.
Solid touch from Yotingo. Put it up for Yimbo. And Alexander goes up and shuts them down. At the moment, they have Mid Buchanan in the clamps. Yotingo and Amethyst simply cannot help Yimbo out as the boost is being starved. Duchenne is playing a fantastic game at the moment. I think the best play for Mid Buchanan is try to get a consolation goal because this game just got to get chalked up. A very nice flick from Alexander, and there's nobody there to save it.
Yeah, Alexander playing exceptionally well, as I think just the entire roster of Duchenne has been playing the last 2 games. Very consistent, very solid, not letting the opponent out of their half, taking good shots. At this point, if you're Mid Buchanan, just chalk up the loss. It's fine. Don't stress about it. We're basically about to go play a best of 3 series. You know, it's going to be tied 2-2 in the series, so each team only needs 2 more. And you know, you're happy that you won the first 2 close games, and this game, just sweep that under the rug. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Brazil is going to be very difficult to come back from, but it is not impossible. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It is a new game when it's all said and done. You just got to survive these next 39 seconds, and you'll be good to go for Game 5. You can push it on longer. Just got to win 2 in a row when you've won the series, but that goes for both of these teams. We cannot forget about that.
And really, I think my biggest issue, if I am Mid Buchanan right now, is that Alexander, he is doing everything in his might to stop Yimbo from doing his thing. He's pre-jumping him, he's 50ing him, he's taking his boost, he's demoing. He is stopping Yimbo at every step of the way. If we can stop Alexander, no one's going to stop Yimbo. No one else can. No one else has been successful today. Sometimes Alexander can't even stop him. So I think that's going to be their next plan of attack.
Goes down to Cosmic to score what could be the last goal of the game. Safe to say Game 4 is Duchenne's.
Hasn't been for a while. But that's okay. We're trying to write this one off. We don't worry about this one. Don't worry about it.
It has been theirs for quite a while. I mean, I want to say by like the 3-minute mark when it was 5-1, that was probably when the realm of possibility was starting to get a little bit thinner. I really like the attempt from Mid Buchanan to try to get another one to go, but just not going to happen. Duchenne take Game 4. They've won 2 in a row. They can win 3 in a row. That would put a massive hamper on Mid Buchanan's plans.
Yeah, this next game is going to be a big deal. Whoever wins it is going to go to tournament point. And so they will have 2 chances to clutch up another game. Very doable for, honestly, either team. That was the first game that seemed a little out of control. And again, I think a few things go a different way. If Yimbo can continue doing Yimbo things, that was the only goal they got. So very winnable for either team. I do assume that the entire town of Fawcett is watching Yimbo right now. Just cheering for them. Cheering for Mid Buchanan in general.
Which we actually, I was going to bring this up, and I forgot about it. It slipped my mind. The population of Fawcett, Missouri, 173.
Yeah. So not a whole lot. They may all be in one house watching this game right now. The whole town. The whole town's just all together. They're watching the game. And they're cheering them on. And they're hoping their team can bring it home in their first season. Unfortunately for them, they are running into Duchenne.
They're running into some big problems put on by Alexander and company. But if you can shut down Alexander, then that's going to be a problem for Duchenne. I would say that Bede 2007 has been the MVP of the series, but Alexander has been the shutdown guy for Yimbo. And honestly, if you can get Yimbo to cook, then you're probably going to win this game and series. Alexander's the only player on Duchenne that can shut Yimbo down. So if you can find a way to shut Alexander down, unleash the Yimbo effect, then it should be okay for Mid Buchanan.
I mean, Alexander has not only been the only one that can shut down Yimbo in this match, he's been the only one that can shut down Yimbo today, period.
Yeah.
And so if he ever stops doing that, it's going to be very tough for Duchenne to win this game. And you know, it comes back to Amethyst and Tango. They are going to have to pick up some slack if Yimbo can't do his thing.
It comes down to it. We simply need a little bit more from Amethyst and Yotengo.
I'm mainly looking out for Yotengo. He scored quite a few in their last series and has been very, very quiet in this series. I don't think he's getting shut down quite as much as Yimbo is. I just think that he hasn't gotten the chances. Yimbo going for a flip reset. Again, gets immediately shut down by Alexander, who's pre-jumping, and he takes it out for his troubles.
I like the demos. It's going to roll all the way through. Barely saved away by Alexander. And then they start to overheat. They overshoot the ball. Could have been a really dangerous position to be in for Duchenne. A flip reset attempt by Alexander, but this one does not even come close to landing. One more attempt, beaten over to the left side of the field. But as for right now, we will remain scoreless. Good show from defense from Mid Buchanan, but we need to see a little bit more offense.
And you know what? So far, I think that Mid Buchanan has done what they've set out to do this game, and that was to stop the bleeding. You can't come out and you can't have 2, 3, 4 put on you in the first minute and a half like you did last game. And they've prevented that. And I think that that is a very solid first step into winning this pivotal Game 5. But now, you know, at some point, you also have to be the one that scores.
That is very true. With heaters like that, it's going to be difficult. You got to get this ball off of your own side first.
Team pinch.
Beautiful team pinch. It's a little too high and wide, but that was incredibly close. Yotingo, really good play recognition to realize that ball's going straight for the net and clear it off to the side. Ball gets beaten straight up, and Yimbo grabs it on down before Cosmic can take it away.
Yeah, that time Cosmic being a little proactive there, trying to shut down the Yimbo. If he starts doing it too, we're going to be in a world of hurt if your name is Mid Buchanan. But Yimbo has gotten to do a few more things this game, a few flip reset opportunities, a few shots, just like that one. And all it takes is one. We've seen multiple of these games be won by 1 goal, and it could definitely happen here.
Big demo. They're targeting the Yimbo, which is a really good look, and Amethyst gets demoed for their troubles as well. But Yimbo starting to bring them back. Shot and save. Alexander gets it. A pot put on, and it's Yotingo and Amethyst connecting. Yimbo not even needed. Bad sign for Duchenne.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. You need, you know, if your best player is going to struggle a little bit, get shut down intentionally by the opposing team, which, make no mistake about it, this is very intentional by Duchenne. If Amethyst Tango can get it done without him, they might bring home a championship today.
They might just do it. 70 seconds to go. Yimbo puts another shot on, and it goes in. Assisted by Yotingo one more time. And we were in a bit of a slump, but Mid Buchanan is back.
Yeah, Mid Buchanan's really taking it to him now. Yimbo has had a few more looks this game than last. Alexander not being as effective as he once was. Maybe Yimbo intentionally trying to get away from him. But 2-goal lead, a minute left. I don't think you necessarily turtle up here, but you certainly don't do any funny business. You have 2-goal lead. You don't need to score anymore. Get some good clears, maybe waste some time. If you can take an air dribble into the air and waste 10, 15 seconds out of the minute you have left, that's a lot of time at this point in the game.
Yeah, there's a difference between playing conservative and completely turtling up. I feel like playing conservative is playing smart, but turtling, that's playing to not lose. And this right here, that's conservative play. Yotingo saw that ball was bouncing around, so they went up for it. They got a third goal. Turtling, you're not going to get one of those.
No, and it's a rough sign for BT 2007 to be whipping a ball off of a corner bounce. And that all but puts the nail in the coffin on this 5th game. And again, this is a very big game. In all these series, the odd numbered matches are the big ones, because that's what's going to give you the leg up on your opponent. This is going to give Mid Buchanan 2 chances to take a single dub to win the championship.
Ooh, Alexander, though, reads it off of 2 Mid Buchanan players, and they will send it into the net. To be fair, they could maybe not deserve that, but
got a little bit of help.
They got the ball through the net. They get the credit for it. That's going to be a little bit of a morale booster going into this next game. Or hold on a sec. Whoa, Cosmic had a setup. Yimbo saved it away. If that ball went in, that could have been a possible second chance at life.
Yimbo's been in these situations before, though. He knows if I am the one that can do all the flying, all the aerials, all the saving, if I make sure that I am in a place to do that, I have to do that maybe once, maybe twice. As I hit a double tap, never mind. He doesn't hit the double tap. Almost got it. Yimbo really locking down that game, though, making sure no funny business happens off the pickoff. He wants to win this championship.
That he does. And he gets involved in a big way. Yotingo, though, is the primary goal scorer. 2 goals off of 3 shots. Fantastic stuff. Amethyst starting to get involved a little bit more. which are things that we like to see. Mid Buchanan is becoming a much less one-person team. They're becoming a bit more fluid, which I really, really love.
Yeah, and they definitely needed to get those goals. Tango has to get goals if they're going to be shutting down Yimbo like that. The other teammates have to be getting goals, and they did it that game. It's really going to be decisive if they can do it early on in this next one.
That would be massive. Mid Buchanan are just 5 minutes away from taking this championship. It's one more game. Duchenne knows that, and so does Mid Buchanan.
You know,
Both of these teams know exactly what's at stake.
I don't think it would be too blasphemous to say that if Mid Buchanan brings home the championship, they might have a parade in that town. I think that would be really cool because apparently a lot of people are watching back home, and I see you, all 173 of you, and so does Yimbo, and he wants to bring it home for you.
Let's see how this goes. We get to see Neo Tokyo again. What could be the last game of this series. Mid Buchanan needs one more. Barely saved away, and Yimbo puts it in.
Yimbo doing Yimbo things. We've seen it once. We've seen it twice. I think this is the 8th time we've seen it. Puts a hard shot on target. Not the greatest save, but make sure he puts it. And the big thing for me, guess who was there if Yimbo didn't go for that ball? Tango. Tango was putting that ball in the back of the net regardless if Yimbo was on the carry or not. And that shows that they are ready to take home the champ.
Really does. It's an early goal. There's still a lot more work left to be done, but that is, my goodness, a fantastic start. It does not get better than that. A little bit more, and this could be an awkward spot for Duchenne to be in.
Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of great clears from the Mid Buchanan side. They really haven't had to do it a whole lot. And when they do get a clear, again, they're putting the ball back in, or they're getting the ball put back in into defense. So it's going to be a lot of defense here. And Alexander, you know what? He said, I'm done messing with Yimbo. I'm going to be Yimbo. I'm going to be the Yimbo of my team. I'm going to score the ball.
1-1 scoreline. Not even a minute in. We're starting to get things heavy. Every move matters more. The deeper we go into this series, the more that your plays matter. Like every flip reset, every air dribble matters so much more than it did just in the last game. It is absolutely incredible to think about. And under all of that pressure, Yimbo still manages to deliver. Barely saved away by Duchenne.
Yeah, Yimbo really going for the heavy solo plays, the air dribble into a bump. The only thing about 3v3 is that there's usually someone else there in the net. So if you bump one guy, may not be enough. Now, if you get the demo off the air dribble, and it makes that smoke screen effect, it's going to be very difficult for the opponents to block the goal.
Ball goes up into the air. Off the wall, Duchenne looking to double touch it out. Barely misses. The shot's a little too thin. Almost in yet again, and it's Yimbo that has to save it. Follows it down. Goes around the corner. A massive demo from Alexander, possibly saving that goal.
Yeah, not doing as much as he probably would have liked. Yimbo did steal the boost in that corner from the blue team, or from Duchenne, so it wasn't the greatest demo because he had already taken all the resources and then he just respawns in the back, right? But anytime you can demo Yimbo, you're probably going to want to do that.
Yeah. Always demo Yimbo if you have the chance. Awkward touch. Oh no, Alexander's got to run back. Cosmic saving the day there, and Alex able to boost it back to the orange side of the field. It's off the backboard. Cosmic sets things up. They can't quite get over the ball, and it's saved away barely by Yotingo. Amethyst is going to stay back there for just a little bit longer. Yotimbo not quite there. Amethyst boosts it up, slows it down, and holds it there so Yotingo can get there.
I am wondering how well, it's like that meme, the bold move, Cotton, because Alexander stopped messing with Yimbo. He stopped messing with Yimbo. He's trying to score goals. He's trying to be him. But if you don't mess with Yimbo, Yimbo's just going to score.
And there it is.
Oh, just about.
Alexander saves it away, but that is that analogy put into effect. If you stop messing with Yimbo, Yimbo is going to Yimbo, and Yimbo just Yimbo. That's a lot of Yimbos.
There's a lot of Yimbo. I've never said the word Yimbo before today, and said it way too much today. So
massive setup there. It's a double commit for Duchenne. Another setup from Amethyst. Yimbo's not there to finish. Yotingo has to fall off of it. But Yimbo beats it on back to the other side. No one there to finish it either. Amethyst sets it up yet again. They can't quite take to the air as Cosmic kind of harassing them, making sure that they cannot take off. Big demo. Yembo boots it down. It has to be Alexander to save it. The demo misses. They get clumped up on each other, and this ball slows down for just a little bit as it crosses over the top of the net.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more physical play. I don't know if I love sending Yembo to do the physical play, because if you demo each other, probably a bad thing for Buchanan. However, we are seeing him get some more shots on target. He's playing a little bit more defense, getting some better clears. And just like that, he's always there.
Almost a Rule 1. In Game 6 of the Grand Finals, that was nearly a Rule 1. Like, I don't think either of them broke it. I think they just bounced off. Alexander drives it up, nearly puts it in, but it's Yembo to save it away. It's another dynamic rivalry coming in. Yembo and Alexander have been the rivalry throughout this series.
Yeah, I'm still questioning if it was the right call to not be demoing and bumping and doing all the things Yembo that Alexander was doing. As I say that, he does it to him. But, you know, I'm really wondering if that was a good call. Alexander does seem to be a very solid player. I just don't know if he's going to be able to outperform Yembo 1-to-1 like that.
10 seconds to go. Amethyst can't quite finish it off. It goes off the backboard. Yembo puts them in the lead. 5 seconds to go. They might have just secured themselves a championship. What a shot!
I'm going to need to talk to someone at Merriam-Webster's dictionary. I need Yemboing to be a verb. He's Yemboing all over the place. He's been Yemboing. He's Yembos all the time. 5 seconds left. Just don't throw the game. Yembo's going to play hard defense. He's playing big third man in deep in the net. He's going to probably block this away. He's not bar down. And Mid Buchanan takes it. Wow.
Off of the bar down. Dushin had that one in. 2 more seconds. This was going to OT. But alas, the clock reaches 0. The ball touches the ground. And Mid Buchanan's just won the MOSEF championship.
You have to think they got away. They got away with one there. The shot totals being 12-5 for Duchenne.
Yeah.
Mid Buchanan had half the shots and twice the goals technically. So really pulled that one out. I'm saying it. I'm saying it right now. I'm gonna need Fawcett to have something going on for these guys. They brought home a championship to a town of 173 people.
Yeah, we are going to need a championship parade for this Rocket League team, and we better get an invite.
Some kind of parade, some kind of banquet. I'm gonna need something. They literally today have put Fawcett on the map for me because I had no idea where that place was.
Yeah.
No clue.
Mid Buchanan playing out of their minds. They're going to take home the championship in a hard-fought best of 7, going all the way to 6 games. I mean, you wanted to see a game 6, and you got one. Unbelievable scenes here. Mid Buchanan, they played fantastically. Duchenne, though, massive GGs, fantastic season, 2nd place for them. They had Mid Buchanan's number, but a little bit of a pep talk was all that Amethyst and Yotengo needed.
Yep, Amethyst Yotengo pulled it out in Game 5, allowed it to be 2 games possible to win the finals, and you give Yembo more chances, he's gonna Yembo. Yemboing's a word now, as far as I'm concerned.
So that's it for the small school district of MOSEF for the fall season. We have the standard bracket coming up in just a little bit to go, as well as the consolation bracket. We're not quite done there. Thank you all for tuning in so far. Everyone who is live at this center, thank you all for coming out. We cannot wait to get more Rocket League underway. That's coming up in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. How's it going, everybody? We are back briefly. We just have an update for you. We're going to be restarting the stream. So we're going to have about 2 to 5 minutes of downtime, and then we will be back. Make sure you don't go too far because we still have more Rocket League. The stream's not over. We are just taking a restart because we're running into some difficulties. You know how it is. We had some earlier. It's been running smooth, but we're starting to run into them again. So make sure you stick around for more Rocket League after this break. Just a couple moments.